Welcome in, y'all. Abundance.
Abundance. Tapping shit alive. Y'all see what we talking about today? All of these politicians, all of these people, everybody outside the so-called black race, doesn't matter what title you have, is a eukaryotic organism and doesn't have no tie to no land. You biologically don't identify with no land mass on this planet. Mm-hmm. So why are we allowing them to tell us where people need to get moved at? All of them need to go. See what I'm saying? All of them need to go. You got a non-native telling a non-native to go somewhere else.
Literally.
They're just in different positions of this fake ass system.
Yep.
So what are we talking about? You see what I'm saying? We ready to rally over the TikTok going away, but when we hear our children missing, we're not ready to rally over that. We're not ready to group up over that.
Facts.
But we're ready to cry because TikTok finna go away, and then when we come back, look at the things that we're talking about. Look at all these TikTok lives. Look at what we're talking about. Straight bullshit. It is doing nothing for this species, for the so-called black race species. It's doing nothing for our development. Nothing for the starseeds development, nothing for the children development. Mm-hmm. Our children and our women going missing and none of us is talking about it. Mm-hmm. We're talking about racism. We're talking about I'm from this landmass, I'm from that landmass when this whole planet belongs to us. We're talking about straight dumb shit. So why are we not focusing on the main issue, which is our species and ourselves?
Facts. Literally. Abundance. Welcome in, y'all. Abundance. Gratitude. Welcome in. Make sure y'all tap and share so that we can get the rest of the people in here. And literally, how are we gonna so here's the thing. So when it comes to their creation story, right? The first is the Asian man, right? The so-called Asian man. Second in line is your Dravidian man. This is based off of genetics, right? And last in line, when it comes to creation out of everybody outside of our species, the Caucasian man is last. So how is it that Elon Musk, right, is telling the Singaporeans that they're basically done, right? They're already sterile, food supply is cut off, they're under a particular type of law, right? They're sterile, they're not producing with each other for like what, the third or fourth year in a row? Their birth rates are constantly declining. These people are not reproducing. How is it that Elon Musk, being the last creation, is telling the first in the creation that they're done? Like, how are these people able to tell and depict who's who when y'all all a part of the same haplogroup? You telling Native Americans, so-called Native Americans, that they not native, nigga, neither are you. Y'all all share the same genetic composition.
And you see brothers and sisters getting happy that Donald Trump is doing this. Bro, he not natural to the planet either. He not natural to this landmass either. None of these people are natural. These Siberian, none of them are, they're not even from Siberia. Who's the original people of Siberia? It's so-called black people.
Everywhere.
So they're not even native there. Wherever the sun touches is where so-called black people are at. You see what I'm saying? Y'all playing games. Y'all want to get the truth step by step. Let's get the whole truth. That this whole planet belongs to us. And who the fuck are all of these people?
Literally,
Their hair falls down like a dog.
No scientists, no climatologists, even unpacking evolution, no evolutionists, no climatologists, no geneticists, no historian. Your top historians and your top scientists have no explanation for the eukaryotic cell. This is the reason why evolution was deemed as theoretical, because we did not go from haploids to diploids. That shit never happened. But these same scientists and these same historians will tell you that so-called black people are the only people on this planet that come from Earth's evolution. There is no genetic, climate, no explanation at all for how YT people, your so-called Native Americans, your so-called Mexicans, your so-called, there is no explanation for how the eukaryotic cell got here. So again, how are we gonna let a nigga that has a complete question mark on their genetics tell us who's native and who's not? The request button is there. The guest button is there. I'd love for all the people in here that think that this is about politics, that don't understand that their government is literally moving based off of astrology. Your government is who governs your mental because you allow them to. Let's talk about who the original slave race was. Let's talk about who was originally on leashes and in fucking cages first.
Not
Because
even 10,000 years
Not
ago.
even 10,000, 6,000 to 7,000 years ago.
Y'all were on
Y'all on leashes. Everybody wants to talk about how y'all are
And now y'all presidents.
Everybody wants to talk about how y'all come from caves, but nobody wants to talk about the state in which you come out. And less than 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, you came out on all fours with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, unable to speak or reproduce. And less than 6,000 years later, you telling people who can go where and who's native and who's not? Wake up and smell the coffee. Wake up and smell the coffee. He said, what ties you have to any land? I biologically identify with all land masses on this planet.
Our
Because
genetic-
I'm helium, hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. You are a sulfur and an ammonia-based being. There's no star, there's no planet, there's no galaxy, no Milky Way, nowhere in the cosmos that knows who the fuck you are as a sulfur and ammonia-based being. That's what ties me to this land, and not just Earth, not just the landmass that's here, but the entire cosmos, based off of my genetic composition and who I am on a molecular level. So again, there's a guest button, there's a request button. Feel free to come up. It's 60 plus people in here. I don't see enough taps. I don't see enough shares. Like, it's a lot of yapping in the comments, but don't nobody want to request up. This is your guy. This is the person who you allow to govern your mental. This is who y'all voted for. This is who you see fit to lead your people, AKA your slave race, because we are not the same species. Scientists and historians know that we're not the same species. So let's talk about it. Go ahead, John Green. What's up?
Hey, I was scrolling. Hey, I was scrolling by, understanding of who you are as a human being. You are the same things that make you are the same elements that make, and you're tied to it. That was all. As far as 45, 47, yeah. You listen. You reap what you sow. So this is who they wanted. This is who they got. Let's see who survives the aftermath.
Right, and based on genetics, and they know that.
Yeah.
This is the reason why. This is the
and guess
reason
what?
why. Hold on,
That's
y'all. We
funny.
don't do any
Hold
over
on.
talking. We do one at a time, and please don't over talk the rules for the room. But this is the reason why Trump, again, they're playing the violin by saying that he cut energy connections with whoever the fuck. Like, y'all do understand what this grid is actually running off of, right? Do we know anything about the Magneto's pause or the Schumann resonance? Y'all do understand that Earth has her own electromagnetic field, which is what
Sorry, I'm having problems
Oh
completing
my
your
gosh.
request. Issues, please contact support.
That's literally what this is all running off of. It's the black woman's totipotent stem cell. You can call it energy, you can call it whatever. If you look at it on a molecular level, look at it on a quantum level and tell me what you see. And they're going to try to say that this is because of what he did. I can guarantee you the ozone layer has been on its last leg for decades. And niggas never thought that it was going to completely peel back. Check the Magneto's pause. Check the Magneto's pause. Go ahead. Somebody wants to speak. Go ahead. Go.
Can you
please.
do me a favor? I don't know if you noticed, but having his photo up boosts his rating, and when you speak the name, it also goes into the algorithm. So this is why I say 45, 47, and I would never have any kind of likeness of him.
Why are you on this panel and this platform having this discussion then?
I explained to you that I was.
Because I actually want to say free
Hold on
Palestine.
one second.
Fuck
We
your
just let
ozone.
everybody
Fuck your...
speaking. We're just letting everyone speak at a time. We'll get to you in a second, but John is speaking.
I was scrolling through. I heard the things that you were saying, and I liked what I heard. So that's why I came on. I'm just making a point to the TikTok algorithm and how it operates. That's all.
That's fine. I wouldn't.
I wasn't trying to be.
I would. No, it's fine. But I don't care about that. I don't care about boosting his ratings. That's why we're having the discussion about his genetics. Boost his ratings all day long. He's not conducive to the planet. I don't care. More people need to know his genetics. The entire world is about to be talking about genetics. The tip of the iceberg with them saying that your so-called Native Americans aren't native is a discussion that we need to have. The fuck? Genetics is the answer. Races is not biological. It's theoretical, right? It's just used to basically classify people. The real classification is speciation. These are made up titles, made up names, made up shit, made up. All of this is made up. You see what I'm saying? The real nitty gritty is that this man does not biologically identify with no land that is here. I don't care about boosting this nigga ratings. Ratings won't matter past 2026. That's why we're talking about UVC radiation. Abundance and gratitude for that. I just want to move to the next guest, John, but you can stay up here. Go ahead, Selah.
I don't quite follow. What do you mean he doesn't identify with any lands, or it just doesn't make sense? Can you explain?
She's saying he's not from Earth.
First of all, let me speak for myself, grown man. Somebody asked me a question. And this is the reason why we talk about gene expression here. Because when we're talking about phenotype, it's not just how your physical characteristics, it also includes your behavior. So even on a TikTok live, we can see your gene expression simply based off of the things that you say. You got to understand, and here we discuss facts. Your genetics is connected directly to your psyche. Okay, there's a psychological and a genetic explanation for why y'all come up here and do that, and for why this man thinks that he can run shit. It's coded in his genetics to be that way. So when I say he has no biological identification to this land, he is a sulfur and an ammonia-based being. There is no evolutionist, there's no scientist, historian, there's no climatologist, there is no geneticist on this planet that can tell you how the eukaryotic cell got here, okay? And they also have no explanation for how these people came about. We know that 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, these people came out of the caves, but nobody talks about the state in which nobody talks about the state in which they came out.
He's an alien.
They came out with literal hypertrichosis on all fours with vestigial tails and unable to speak and reproduce. So the real question is, how did you niggas go from being in the state that you were 6,000 to 7,000 years ago to how you're now telling people that aren't? Stop over talking.
Like, why y'all
fucking
disrupting?
Neanderthal? This is a genetic. You don't care. You don't even know what you're saying, bro.
You see what
you're calling
happens?
Us kings, bro.
You see what happens when the truth gets spoken?
You don't even
It backs him up into a corner like an animal. You see what I'm saying? And that's exactly what the sun is doing through UVC radiation. It's backing these niggas up into a corner like an animal.
Right.
Which is why they're acting more erratic. And they're gonna act more erratic as so-called time moves on.
We don't care about the bro saying hard R. We don't care about the word at all.
Yeah,
he only started saying that when I started to break down his genetics.
Exactly.
He thought we were about to have a discussion about Trump. No, we're having a discussion about Trump's genetics. You see what I'm saying? And y'all think you're done.
Yeah, you keep coming off
what
mute.
the fuck? I'm not finna fight with you on the mute on my panel. Go live about this shit on your own page.
Yep.
The fuck? I'm constantly muting you. That means, can you wait, please? The fuck?
And your biological state is connected to your
genetics.
genes.
I just said that.
And these people have animal DNA, multiple animal DNA that cannot naturally reproduce with each other. You have DNA, genetic material from a chimpanzee, pig, fruit fly, and you see why your species acts in an erratic way towards us.
Literally,
see what I'm saying?
just
All
do
of
one
these
at a
different
time.
animals trying to speak through one nucleus.
We just on a fucking artificial app. I can only imagine how it is in real life with you. Okay, go ahead, Saint Pierre. Go ahead. Go ahead and come off mute, Saint Pierre.
Hello.
Yeah.
So, what's this about? Can you hear me?
When we just said what it was about.
Like, bro.
We just said we're speaking on genetics.
Bro, your psyche is connected to your genetics. If you are a
We
neuromelanated
just said
man,
it, man.
hold on. If you are a neuromelanated man or woman and you feed your neuromelanin like a Caucasian, it is a proven fact by neuroscientists, by doctors, that it diminishes the production of neuromelanin. I just want y'all to understand that consuming meat, processed foods, not doing what your genetics is telling you to do is going to diminish the production of neuromelanin. Now, you can't stop the production, but you can definitely slow it down. I just said everything with this live was about plus the rules. And you came in here and said, after fumbling with the mute button, what is this about? Like, we can't read the screen. I hold people accountable for real. Y'all are grown men and women. Y'all aren't children. It's time for us to have a real discussion about genetics. Race is theoretical. I'm not the person that's going to go back and forth with you about race. If she can wear box braids, if she can't, if the president this, president that. Let's talk about genetics and let's talk about who is actually after this shit is destroyed. Period. You can come up here, you can state your opinions, but I'd rather you have it's facts.
And
What up,
all y'all in the comments yapping, come up. There's multiple
Yeah, just
panels
request
open.
up. Just
What up,
request
though?
up.
But let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. Just come up and let's talk about it. You see what I'm saying? We're not gonna talk to you back.
Joshua or Sahir?
See here.
Go ahead, Sahir.
Hey, I saw something years ago saying that the white race is only about 6,000 years old.
Right. We were saying that this whole time that the 6 to 7,000 years ago they just came out of the caves. That is correct.
Like in creation. So for me, I know we was here already. I don't really believe the slave ship narrative. I feel like we the oldest creations. But I had a question because you guys seem scientific. Have y'all noticed that mixed kids come out damn like I'm white and black couples have children and the children come out with almost no melanin? Do y'all think that's in the food? Is that what y'all saying? Because that's something.
So based off of genetics, it's your mother's genetics that rule, and it's just the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg. So the speciation is determined by the mother. It's her chromosomes that rule 100% of the time, and it's actually her womb, her genetic material, her body that actually formulates that child. So when we're talking about the BLK woman, the totipotent stem cell carrier, the immortal stem cell carrier, the immortal cell carrier, spark all life. And when I say all life, that includes organic and inorganic because she is being used to spark inorganic life on this planet. So you can look into things like introgression, hybridization, right? Which what you just described is a hybrid, right?
Yeah.
A mixed breed,
Yeah.
talking about speciation, is a hybrid, right? And I have several sources. I'll get to the point to where I'll switch the screen and I'll put up sources and stuff. But right now, I just want more people to understand it's not your father's genetics that rule. It's just the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg.
I never knew that.
With all of, I'm gonna have to find that source in just a minute, but it's in my phone I have a tab for all the genetic differences. I have publications that go back, you know what I'm saying? Several years talking about hybridization, racemization. Like this stuff is not new at all.
So the black mother.
Hold on. Also, there's a book called Why Darkness Matters, The Power of Melanin in the Brain. And they talk about how neuromelanin is present in embryogenesis. And then they explain the gestation period and the fertilization process. And they say that it's the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg. And the egg chooses it through magnetism. You see what I'm saying? So our women were able to perform parthenogenesis before. She was able to procreate by herself.
Facts. That's what Genesis is about.
Yeah.
That's
So
what your first book, Genesis, meaning gene, right, which means origin, is explaining parthenogenesis using Eve gene and atom, which is ATOM. So everything is in front of our face. It's just, if you don't understand that you are a prokaryotic organism, you will fall for eukaryotic shit.
I mean, as a Muslim, you know, we believe Mary had Jesus on her own.
How old was Mary? I just asking a question. Just, does anybody know how old Mary was?
I mean, Mary was young. Mary wasn't
Facts.
of age to be wed, you know.
So we
And no
let
man
age.
touched her. So what y'all saying? I mean, it's kind of deep right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, the speciation is determined by the mother. So when it comes to if the mother is YT, no matter how the child phenotypically presents based off of genetics, which is connected to your phenotype, her is gonna, okay,
hold on, one at a time. And all these religions, all these religious texts are all talking about how the woman can undergo parthenogenesis, but it's the so-called black woman. They're all depicting that. All of it.
so what I was just trying to say is that the mother's genetics rule. The mother, you determine the species based off of the mother. No matter how the child phenotypically presents, her chromosomes, her DNA will always rule 100% of the time. If the mother is white, so is the children.
See, I never paid attention
not
to
true.
who was white and who was
Okay,
black
we do
in the
one at a time.
situation.
So just let him speak, James. And there's several other people in front of you. Please have patience. I'll get to you in just a second. Exactly. And the mitochondrial DNA. And we talked about the totipotem stem cell. Go ahead.
But yeah, I never paid attention as far as like if the mother white, mother black, but I guess that makes sense. But so if the mother is white, then those children will be fair skinned, will be fairer than if the mother was black and the husband was white.
Those children will be white. If the mother is white, the children is white. That's what she's telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever the
That's
mother
it.
is what the children are.
That's
Because it's the mother, the mitochondria, like people are saying in the chat, right? Study the mitochondria and then understand that it's just that she came here with all of the eggs that she would ever have in her lifetime. All he's doing is just sparking, but she's actually, she came with the egg. The egg chose her first. All of her eggs chose her. And then she from there still chooses, constructs everything. She is an alchemist. So this is why we say the BLK woman is the true creator of life. She carries the totipotem stem cell, which is the sparker of all life. No other woman on this planet can do that.
Yeah.
But they are able to do it, and they are able to reproduce with us, and we can procreate with them because of introgression. All right. Introgression is when you take genetic material from species A, so to speak, and you fertilize it with species B. And that is done through repeated back crossing and something known as hybridization. This is a science a practice that's been done at least since the 9 and 1000s, y'all. A lot of people don't like to put a time on it, but I've done a collective amount of research over years. I'm going to go ahead and say 9 and 1000s. There's no way that these people were struggling with arithmetic, but also building robotic skulls in the 9 and 1000s. There's too many DNA samples, hair samples, DNA samples found on tools. There's legends, there's folklores, but then there's DNA to actually prove these legends and these folklores to be true. So they're not legends and folklores. This shit is just hidden history that's hidden right in front of your face.
When genetics and history match, that's how you know it's a true alignment of knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
And I think I seen somebody say, my fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, this is what I was gonna say. Yeah, we weren't even able to reproduce with these people when we first came into contact with them. You see what I'm saying? They were giving us venereal diseases. This is facts. If you look up what happened to Brazil and what happened to Australia, they actually wiped out 2 continents alone with their reproductive system. You see what I'm saying? And this is because their semen was so toxic. You see what I'm saying? It was filled with so much mucus and animal genetics and animal proteins and antigens that it was so toxic to our women. So our women were undergoing red blood cell hemolysis and they were dropping unalive. You see what I'm saying? And this is when the red blood cells start to deteriorate more than they're reproducing. And
Literally.
that's hemolytic disease.
That's red blood
and this
cell
is why you see
hemolysis.
today we have to take the Rogam shot. And all RH means is just rhesus monkey. And so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. The genetic material that constructs the suit that I'm walking in is not animal DNA. That's why my phenotype, which is determined by my gene, doesn't look like no animals.
Right. We
You see
don't
what I'm saying?
produce animal proteins like they do.
Proteins or enzymes. You see, we
Facts.
don't produce no animal proteins or enzymes because once that enters our bloodstream, those are considered antigens, which is just a foreign substance. And that's what triggers antibodies in the body to fight those antigens.
Right.
But when you're consistently eating these people are spliced with pig, chicken, and cow. And that's the main thing that so-called black people eat today. You see what I'm saying? So this is why we so-called black people are behaving the way they are today, because we're chemically imbalanced. You see what I'm saying? So we're not supposed to be reproducing with these people, breathing next to these people, because we have a different microbiome. Our gastrointestinal function, you see what I'm saying, is different. You see what I'm saying? Everything is different about us because our DNA is different. So everything, the inner mechanics, the biological mechanics is different. So we're not the same species. And why are we letting this man up here who is not natural to the planet tell another person who's not natural to the planet where they can go on the planet, while we're here just sitting here saying,
And it's not even,
Trump,
and
do
it's
that
not
for
even
us.
one of their planets.
What
And
the
we
fuck is
allow
going
these
on?
niggas to govern our mental. That's what government means. I don't understand that about my people. I don't understand why my people are being fearmongered by a nigga who has muskrat, fruit fly, celery, which is a eukaryotic plant, fucking pig, dog DNA. What does a being that has all of that genetic material formulate into? Like, what the fuck are you niggas? And that's real shit. That's a real question because your top geneticists don't fucking know.
And as more UVC radiation, more sunlight is coming to the planet, it's removing that nucleus. And that's how all the animal genetics were able to ask for what protein they needed for better cellular structure. So now that that nucleus is getting removed, y'all are going to act more erratic. This is what's happening. You see what I'm saying? Y'all are going to have more neurological issues. This is what happening. Y'all becoming sterile. We're literally seeing this. And this is why all governments, they're trying to hide the fact that the sun is doing this. They're trying to hide the sun with sulfur dioxide, which is what your skin produces. So let's talk about that.
Go ahead, Joshua.
I bet. So I got a question for you. I've just been sitting here chilling. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So in your opinion, what do you say I am? My mother's white. My father's darker than you.
It's not an opinion. I don't care about dark, right? Because
No, I'm just trying to understand.
No,
because
and I'm just saying based off of the facts. And that's what I was just saying. I'm not coming at you, brother. But in here, I hold my people accountable. Because you were here long enough to hear the explanation that I just gave. So it's not an opinion, right? Based off of genetics.
everything.
Based off of genetics. Which is what programs how you phenotypically present, right? Phenotype means nothing. It's
So answer.
genetic material.
I'm
So
YT.
get the fuck off my panel telling me how to fucking speak in my room. I just answered your fucking question. As a grown man, go do the research. Don't tell me to answer your fucking question. Have some respect. Other than that, I will boot your ass out of here. I don't do that in here. I just answered your question and I gave you the whole rundown. He just asked the same question as you and you just asked the same question as him. And now you telling me so answer it. Fuck out of here. So next person, go ahead, Lord Sirloin, go ahead. Fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, you shouldn't have even got them 3 words in. Somebody already asked them same 3 words, brother. And have some respect. You didn't get booted off because of your question. You got booted off because you kept over talking me while I was respectfully answering your question. While I already respectfully, and this is what I say, your psyche is connected to your genetics. You probably eat meat, brother. You gotta put that shit down. Wait
Hold
until
on.
I'm done.
Oof.
Go look it up. Why come to my live and ask
Because
me
you're the one
when
making
you're
the claim,
on the
dumbass.
phone?
Nah, he
I'm
said,
not
do you have to
making a
study for
claim.
that?
I'm not making a
The
claim,
fuck?
bitch.
For walking, breathing, do you have to study
Like,
for
what the
that? Like, it's
fuck?
like asking,
Let me
you
go
want me to
ahead. I'm
spark
just
your
gonna
own
put.
neurons and fire your own synapses for you. Go look this shit up.
I'm just
Be
gonna.
curious, my nigga. What
I'm
the
just
fuck?
gonna pull up.
Curious George ass niggas.
Give me 1
Be
second.
curious.
Like
And go look.
it's so much for me to do on my end to have to put sources up for y'all, but that's okay. That's okay, bro. That is literally okay. That is okay. Give me a second, y'all, because my people never came out of the caves like this. All right? Why are your people still being born like this today? My people are not being born like this or this.
Talk about watch your mouth.
These are
Watch your
genetic.
genetics.
These are genetic. There's a genetic explanation as to why you can't even see this shit because it's, bro. Give me 1 second. Like, bro. Please give me 1 second.
Y'all talking about race. This has nothing to do,
Do with race.
what makes up that skin color? Isn't it genetics? And so-called black people, the genetic material that we possess is condensed sunlight, is neuromelanin, which is why we can biosynthesize the sun. Y'all have pheomelanin,
Like,
and
literally,
eumelanin,
it's
which is
too
animal
many.
melanin.
It's too many sources. This guy right here, Ravi Kumar Corrupt. You can go look him up. All of his publications. He has over 1,300 of them, where he's going through and explaining somatic parthenogenesis, which is explaining how his people got here. And he is a professor at your top colleges when it's talking about introgression and hybridization. He's literally well versed in this and talks about somatic parthenogenesis. Homo floresiensis is another species that come from the same haplogroup as y'all. They're just not here anymore. They went extinct about 5,000 years ago, and y'all are 6,000 years old. So what the fuck? Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthals are not the same species. They're considered two different species. So this is the reason why they refer to y'all as being interbred species. You can't interbreed if y'all are the same species now, can you? So again, what are y'all? What are y'all? What are y'all, bro? What are y'all? So again, it's not about racism. The next time I see somebody say something about racism in the chat, I'm gonna get you out of here, bro. Period. You're not fit for this conversation or to have this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, if y'all still thinking this shit about race, then I don't know what to tell y'all. This is about species and genetics. You see what I'm
1
saying?
second.
If we were the same species, our phenotype would be the same, which is determined by your genetics. So it's not racism. It's not none of that shit. Racism is about genetic survival. And everybody outside the so-called black race, y'all need black women and children for they to stimulate themselves to sustain life on this planet.
Like, why does this man have several publications, the Aryans, Homo sapien hybrids of Caucasians and upper caste Indians, with the actual proof and experimentation and all of the I can't even talk right now. All of the information is in these publications. There's several of them, 1,300, 800 of them are related to introgression and hybridization. I'm not gonna sit here and do a whole fucking PowerPoint for y'all. Y'all are grown men and women. But we do know that these niggas don't have the same genetic material, the same genetic makeup as us. That is a fact. All right. So I don't know who is next. I think it was Kuda. Go ahead. No, 1 second. I'll get to you in just a second. Go ahead, Kuda.
Cutter. But you can hear me?
Go ahead.
Whoa, you can hear me?
Go ahead.
My mic tripping, but
We can hear you.
I bet. I was gonna ask you like what you identify as.
So the topic on the screen, y'all, is how are you gonna let someone with no ties to any land tells you who's native and who's not? I just wanted to reset the room since we got new people in here.
Yeah,
You're
I'm new.
asking me, and you're
Yeah, I'm
asking
new.
me how I identify it. You've been here the whole time. You're asking me how I have. You've been here the whole time.
Hey, I'm being respectful to you. Don't.
Okay,
No,
so
bro.
you're not being respectful to me by addressing what's on the topic of my screen. You're talking about what you want to talk about.
And the first words that you say, "Oh, you're a little hostile," like,
Like,
bro,
we
we're not
handling
want to.
something in the background. That's okay, bro.
We trying to talk about genetics and why we're allowing somebody who has no genetic or biological ties to the planet tell other people who have no biological ties to the planet where to go.
Like,
and why
bro.
we allowing that shit? Why are we allowing our children and women to get snatched? This is not for no games. You see right now who's the woman that goes missing the most? Is the so-called black woman, and that's because of her genetics. And we just playing around. And y'all talking about, oh yeah, y'all.
Oh, how do you identify?
Like,
we don't care about their titles, and I know you was in here long enough for me to say that,
bro.
Why would I care about something that was created by a eukaryotic man to keep me from knowing who I am? At the end of the day, my genetics is telling me who I am. Why would you come in here and ask me about a title? I don't identify as nothing. I don't work for their system. Neither one of us work for their system. When you understand that their system is designed for your destruction, why would you add to that? And then come in here and ask me, what do I identify as?
If you look at all organic life, these scientists, they call lions lions. Lions don't call themselves lions. Elephants don't call themselves elephants. Elephants call themselves, scientists call them elephants. These are all names made by these people, how they depict us. This is why, as we were falling in frequency, you see our names so-called change. Black, Negro, all of these different so-called names change because this is what this is what it is. But we are not tied to none of these names. We are tied to just frequency, which is the sun and the universe. We speak one language, and that's the prokaryotic cell language. And everybody outside the so-called black race, y'all speak the eukaryotic cell language. And y'all don't speak that prokaryotic sun language, which is why the wavelength is disrupting your atoms and changing the structure of your atoms and removing the nucleus of your cell. This is a fact. If y'all want to come up, let's have a discussion. We have people on the screen. Let's get on it.
So I think it was, go ahead, miss. I don't know if it was,
I just want
Hold on. I think it was E and then Altown and then.
Oh yeah, it was. Altown been up here for a minute.
Yeah.
And then it's
I'm gonna
you.
head out because I have
Okay.
to go back to
Thank
work.
you.
Then go.
No disrespect.
No disrespect, but it's just like
We do everybody one at a time to let everybody speak their frequency. So go ahead, E, and then we'll get to all towns and Dre.
Oh, what's up? I was just wondering what you guys think a species and a race is, because like how people have to intermingle. You can't be different species and have a baby. That's like.
Okay, so I know you were also in here long enough for me to explain introversion.
Not that long. I've only been here like 10 minutes.
I know who's been on the panel.
Stop talking.
You see what I'm saying? And I explained that when y'all came out of caves 67,000 years ago, y'all were unable to speak, reproduce. Y'all were on all fours, vestigial tails, and y'all could not reproduce even with each other.
All right, y'all are retarded.
Undergoing
Just go to a
something
biology
called
class. This is all
sexual
bullshit.
dimorphism. First of all, and wait your turn patiently to ask a question that's already been answered 3 fucking times. So when you first heard this shit, you weren't even able to comprehend or digest it. That's the reason why you just came in here and asked the same question that I just. We're talking about speciation, y'all. Speciation. Race is theoretical and has nothing to do with your biology.
And
like the fuck.
Makeup. Your biological and genetic and your phenotypical makeup. That's what differentiates species. When you go into another organism, that's how you differentiate species based off their phenotype. And our phenotype are different. Our integumentary system does reproduce. When our species first started reproducing with your species, we started undergoing venereal diseases. Giving us this is a fact. This is his historic fact. Y'all gave us this, and y'all saying, "Oh, he got 9 wins." He asked the question. He asked the question and then got off mute after he asked the question and said, "Y'all don't know because your psychological state is connected to your genes."
So go ahead, Alltown. Go ahead, Alltown.
So look, check me out. I know y'all already know this, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't kicking nothing to y'all that y'all already don't know. But y'all know y'all pushing substance when all these people are dude down here, Cuda, who still after arguing with bro, all he talking about down there is beefing on TikTok live. You got bro so mad that y'all so smart, but y'all on TikTok for a job. That's crazy. Nobody saying anything against the facts that y'all pushing.
Facts.
Personally, they talking about TikTok. They talking about. So y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. Attention to that. Nobody can negate these facts. Nobody.
Facts, my brother. Facts,
You
my
know what I'm
brother.
saying? So y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. Every time I listen to y'all, bro, y'all unlock so many different spaces in my head, bro. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all light is needed, bro. Keep going. Real talk.
Abundance, my brother. All you can see these people do is just say a bunch of trigger words. That's all they can do. That's all they can say. A bunch of triggers. They can't tell us intellectually and genetically and biologically how we're the same species and what is your biological identification to the planet. My people, we got to start asking these people this shit. What is your biological identification to the planet? Because that's the real ID. Fuck these paper cards and shit. Fuck all that. What is your biological identification? Who are you? The sun doesn't know you. The universe don't know you. The earth doesn't know you. Because so-called black people were the only people to be generated by the earth's natural evolution.
Facts.
So where do y'all come from?
Literally.
You see what I'm saying? So that's
because there's no scientist, geneticist, periodic cell got here, how it got here, y'all. I just want to let you know that scientists are dedicating years worth of work and they still don't have an answer. Alltown, can you come off mute? I'm gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, have you recycle if you can't. Go ahead, Bodhi Wadmi.
That's damn near the truth right there. You can't even pronounce my name. You guys ain't native to this country? Get out of here.
All right, go ahead, Rose.
I just want to understand what's going on. Are we saying like that the Native Americans are native to this land? Like, because I heard about them getting possibly deported.
So the topic on the screen is, how are you going to let someone with no ties to any land tell you who's native and not? We're not talking. The natives, they're so-called Native Americans, and this man on the screen is a part of the same haplogroup and have the same genetics, and they have the same creation story.
facts.
So is they're all a part of it?
Hold on, you asked her a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I know about the Native Americans, what I'm coming to understand is that like they had to reproduce with the Euro race when they came over and like colonized them. Like they are not their same bloodline they were years ago. So I can't really say if they're native or not, but they're definitely not the same that they were years ago.
Look, what they do to their species, that's what they got to deal with their species. You see what I'm saying? That's what they did with their species. That's why you see elephants, they don't go into the lion species to see what's going on with them. That's to see what type of trouble their species is going through. You see what I'm saying? So what they did with their species, that they had to do that with their own species. They're a part of the same species who did that to each other. And when you look at chimpanzees, which is the animal that they're spliced with, they do the same thing. They perform cannibalism to each other. They destroy territory to each other, their own territories. They do all of this, the same thing that animals are doing, they're doing on a macro level. But when they come do it to us, our species, that's when we have a problem. You see what I'm saying? That's when we have a problem, because we're not the same species. You're not supposed to be medically evaluating me, psychologically evaluating me. You're not supposed to be policing me on my own planet, because I biologically identify with the planet. You don't see no other animals trying to police other animals on the planet. Why are y'all trying to do that to us?
because y'all are a virus and y'all need a host. That's what it is. And these people are not natural to the planet. That's what we're saying. Everybody outside the so-called black race came here through electric fusion of different animal genetics to make up a one organism, which is called electroporation. You see what I'm saying? They got here through a genetic splicing, which is called CRISPR-Cas9.
That may be true.
And they're doing that right now to this day with animals. That's why you see Japan just said, we're going to make human hybrids with animals. They've been doing that. They're walking right next to us. They playing basketball with us.
I can
We drinking
actually
coffee with them.
show you a source where they created 10 clones using the graft of a Neanderthal brain in '07 because they have the cell that can be spliced. You can't splice a cell that's coated in neuromelanin. You need light, UV light, to splice into cells into genetically modified material. You need electroporation or electrical fusion to do that. So we don't have.
Yeah, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to mute everybody because I'm being overtalked so everybody can hear me. Okay, we do one at a time, y'all. Just give me a second. Electrical fusion, introgression, which is done through hybridization, racemization, electroporation, transfection, all this stuff is not new. They were dabbling in this type of text in the 9 and 1000s, y'all. They've gotten to the point to where they've so-called perfected it, right? But it is not, it's been around for a very long time. So again, they can just clone people like nothing because the eukaryotic cell can be spliced. It is a multicellular, a complex cell organism that has multiple different animalistic genetic materials speaking through one nucleus. Okay, you can splice that. You cannot splice a prokaryotic cell that is coated in neuromelanin when you need light to splice. Neuromelanin is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is also condensed sunlight. So you cannot cut into light using light. It's just going to absorb itself like a black hole. All of your celebrities are playing multiple roles. I keep trying to tell people that Netta is Shannon Sharp. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. These
a simpler way to
playing.
put that is like.
Can I just finish what I'm saying, please?
I hope so.
I'm just trying to finish. I'm almost done. These celebrities are playing multiple roles. So when it comes to us, they're not splicing our cells. They can splice David Wilcock, and he will tell you that he's been spliced. Pay attention to what he's saying. Yep. He'll tell you that his brain has been modified, and you can look at him 4 years ago and versus a live that he just did a month ago. That is not the same man. A man should not be able to tell you the molecular composition, the DNA structure of a gray, the way that he can. All the code words and stuff that he be saying, and he's telling you that he's spliced. He said that if I said anything about Simi and Toku, that they were gonna unalive me. And he made a whole thing about Simi and Toku, and then somehow or another, this not the same nigga no more. They have the cell that can be spliced. All right, so let's see. I think it was Osama that was next. Go ahead, Ozma.
And y'all talking about your scientists did it. We don't believe in none of that Yakub, none of that shit. Yakub just means supplanter. And that means that somebody supplanted animal genetics into a nucleus to make y'all exist on this in this reality. Yes. You see what I'm saying? And that's what eukaryotic, the root definition of eukaryotic cell is truly seeded nucleus. Y'all were truly seeded into this reality. Don't play no games. Y'all didn't come through the natural womb of the universe. You see what I'm saying? Every animal came through a womb. The first one came through a womb. Y'all first one didn't come through a womb. So y'all not organic. You see what I'm saying? Your origin is not of organic. So let's not play them games. It's not Yakub. It's not none of that. Not Yakub. It's not none of that. Oh, it's moving. That's where y'all creator is that. And now it's moving closer to where? You see what I'm saying? Everywhere, everything that's happening right now, all government got a creator. This is what's happening right now.
Hi.
You know what I'm saying? And this eukaryotic creator, you can look at your Sumerian tablets, the Sumerian texts, they all depict Jesus. Yakub, Jesus.
Can I say something really quick?
He hides behind.
Go ahead. Go
ahead.
Go.
I understand.
Damn,
that
bro.
black
Go ahead.
people-
You're just over talking people as they're speaking. Go ahead, and then we got.
I understand that black people
she
want
hasn't
to
spoken at all. It's people up here that haven't spoken at all. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand black people want to understand, find their place in this world. But even if the truth comes out, whatever truth you believe,
go ahead, Ozma.
Yeah, we don't.
We don't. It's not a truth.
You cut us off to say that.
Like,
You
bro,
dead ass?
it is. Believe it or not, is up to us.
Okay. Hi.
Oh.
Hi. I studied the genome haplogroups and human evolution. It's still scientists. They don't know. They can't figure out how Homo sapiens, where we came from Africa. So I am from Egypt. So I don't have any Neanderthal 100%, and I have also 2% Lucy, 200,000, and she's the first female mitochondrial DNA. That's how we all today modern humans. So when it comes to Europeans, we inbred with the Neanderthals. There's mutation happen. Neanderthals never evolved to humans, and that's why they have 2% Neanderthal in them when they do a DNA, because they are different species.
They are a different species, correct?
Yes.
But
And
can you just specify for the room who you meant interbred with these people? Who?
Us Africans. What? Huh?
Yeah.
What is the? Can you explain to me how?
When the ice age melted, so the Neanderthal, they were up north, and when ice age melted, we went from North Africa, because that was before the Mediterranean Sea today, as we know it. The Mediterranean Sea occurred because there was a huge volcano in that region that created a splice into the Earth, the tectonic plate, and then it created a erosion, and it lowered from the Atlantic Ocean. So then the sea levels came in and flooded that region. So that's from that volcano occurred. So prior to that, it was land. So we can just walk to Europe and back and forth. So then we came where Spain is, and southern France and Italy. That's where we inbred, with the Neanderthals. And
okay, I just have a question. So we interbred with niggas that were on all fours with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails that couldn't speak or even reproduce amongst themselves.
Oh, there was different
interbred
types.
with them.
Yeah,
Let me just finish asking the question.
No, there are different types. Like how you have.
We interbreed with these people when they could not even reproduce with themselves. How are we interbreeding with them?
Can I explain?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Just her, please.
Can I explain, please? So, like how we have chimpanzees, gorillas, and they're all in the same kingdom, right? That was like the Neanderthals. So we couldn't interbreed with all kinds of different types of Neanderthals. So the ones that were closer to us, makeup, those are the ones that it worked, it happened, and the rest died out. They went extinct, okay? We did not interbreed with all archaics, different types of archaics. Majority of them died out, like their cousins.
We say unalive, y'all, and I need F1 in the chat, because we can't say the D word.
Yeah.
So, like a Russian scientist did this. We have a humanese. He took chimpanzees' DNA, and then there is actually, you can Google it and find out. We did create. He was mixed with human, and somebody I don't know how he did it. This was back in the 60s. So the title is called. he's not he's chimp and human. So genes. So the title is humanese. So we can. So with certain types of chimp or
Okay, sister, I'm sorry.
So
sister.
how
Hold on.
though? How?
Yeah, you're not.
You're not saying how, because how did these animals get to the point? These animals that you're describing are not natural to this planet. They were also introgressed through hybridization, which is done through repeated back crossing. So these animals are not even conducive to the planet. So how did we get to the point of mating with these people the way that you're saying that it happened? Because the human that you're talking about and the chimpanzee have the same genetic material. So that would be considered damn near the same fucking species, or explaining incomplete dominance as well.
And so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. When you I know what article you're talking about when they say all non-Africans are Neanderthal. But when they just say African, it's just a title to explain the organic species of the planet. It's just a title. You know what I'm saying? It's just talking about. Hold on, man. We can't have a conversation as grown people. We can't have a conversation as grown people.
Finish.
How can y'all have a conversation?
Interrupts everyone. Okay, can I explain?
We let you spread misinformation for like 5 to 8 minutes.
It's not misinformation. West Africa is also.
Bro, I'm not gonna argue with you over the truth, bro.
What we're explaining is you have to know what makes a human. What haplogroup is that? That's what we're talking about. So if you don't understand who is prokaryotic and who is eukaryotic, I'm gonna help you out. Abundance of gratitude for your frequency. It's not. I don't. You come on.
Like, what's going on?
You have to know who is a prokaryotic, what is a prokaryotic organism and what is a eukaryotic organism to understand who are the real humans. It's single cells, y'all, that make up an entire organism, correct? So you have to understand the cellular function to know who's who. That's all he's trying to say.
And the so-called black woman is the only woman on the planet with the totipotent stem cells, and you can create life from that totipotent stem cell. From a single cell, you can create an organism. And this is how all so-called black people are made. You see what I'm saying? And black men say, oh, the seed, we have the seed. No, nigga. All of our cells come from the black woman. You see what I'm saying? She has both chromosomes. We just have the Y. She can make both of us. You can't make her. So let's stop that. You see what I'm saying? So we come from her. So again, when we talk about genetics, we really got to know that we are the prokaryotic species. We are the organic species. We can biosynthesize the sun. You see what I'm saying? We are single-celled organism, which means that all the cells that make up my heart, all the cells that make up my brain, all the cells that make up my liver stems from the same embryological origin, which is the totipotent stem cell. When you look at everybody outside the so-called black race, like Trump over here, his genetic material is chimpanzee, pig, muskrat. So all of his cells in his body don't come from one embryological origin. That's what we're saying. That's what a eukaryotic cell organism is. This is facts.
Or
you see what I'm
else we
saying?
would all phenotypically present the same, because your phenotype is nothing but gene expression. So how you are expressing yourself on a phenotypical level, again, is not just physical characteristics. It also includes behavior. Why are these niggas trying to tell niggas that they not native when they not native? These niggas don't even know how they got here. Okay, so that's all he was trying to say. Go ahead, at the bottom, Maya.
Yes. Now I've been studying a lot of what you guys were talking about, and there is actual proof that's in stone. It's right there in India. Anybody can go and see all of the birth mothers and all the things that they were creating. They also have written history. It's called the Maharabha, and all of their other history where they things from pots.
In that regard to the Igigi of Africa, that was before the.
We're not talking about Africa, because Africa is a land where people ran after they created these creatures. Africa is on top of a nuclear waste power plant. Wasn't nobody living there.
They had nuclear warfare because
Frank, everybody is just speaking first because some people haven't spoken at all. All right,
Right,
so
and I
have
was
an order. So just let her speak. She hasn't spoken at all, and then we'll
okay,
get.
and I'm, because I've been studying history for like over 30. Like, okay, there's a pattern here. They talked about many times how people started off good and then they destroyed the planet. This happened about 3 or 4 times. We're in the 4th creation now. And they were talking about these people that they called birth mothers is in India and it's also in Samaria, where they were using these women to create these creatures.
Where?
Like Atlantis was the world civilization that probably did that. Thoth was the one that built.
I don't know who did it. They didn't say exactly which people were responsible. They just said that there was a group of people. Now, these group of people believed in slavery, and the other group of people did not. Those 2 groups of people got into a fight, and it got so bad that a lot of civilizations were just basically like petrified, blown off the planet. Some people, they're not even here anymore.
These people were created in a lab. Period.
Yeah, it says it in there. They said somebody
underground. There's
took some pots.
Frank, let the mother of lights.
And they were creating people. They called them, they were pots. They were putting whatever they were putting in there in science and putting like different essences of, the women. They didn't say nothing about the men. They were taking the stuff from women and they had them in these pots. And they said there was like one time it was 100 of them. And then another time they were creating it. They have stories in their legends that they were doing this. And there's also stone statues in all of the southern temples. They're not temples. They were scientific labs. And it shows them cutting open women's stomachs, pulling out these things. So if you're looking at the legends and you look at the temples and you even see the faces who were actually responsible for doing it. So I'm not understanding this whole argument about, I'm looking at these comments and they talking about, racist, truth is stranger than fiction. They're doing it today. They done took a tiger and mixed it with a lion. And I mean, it's nothing new under the sun, nothing.
Thank you.
So why is this so hard to believe? And we're doing that still.
Facts. They were building robotic skulls while struggling with the
struggle
with stone for 2 million years, but somehow conquered computers in 50,000 years. These niggas created time and nothing about their timeline makes sense. And if you don't know you cannot decode the truth. So I'm saying abundance and gratitude for that. I just want to move to the next guest, y'all, because everybody haven't spoke. You can stay up here, sister. Go ahead, Aloysius Jonte. Aloysius. Go ahead, brother or sis. Go ahead.
Hold on, there we go. Hey, okay.
Denial, you're next. Go ahead.
So as far as the subject, y'all saying like how are y'all saying that the white people are not like humans, or are y'all just asking like saying they're not from America or this soil over here?
Everybody outside the so-called black race is not conducive to this planet. It's not natural to this whole entire planet down to its last atom. It's not natural.
Okay.
That's what we're saying.
So as far as the subject, right? So basically y'all saying why Donald Trump, because he's not even real. He was made in a lab, or white people in general, but specifically him, why are we allowing him to say who?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Why are we allowing a eukaryotic organism tell another eukaryotic organism that they're not natural to a landmass when they're both not natural to the whole planet?
Right.
And why are so-called black people, why are we not being vocal about that? You see what I'm saying? We'll be vocal when TikTok shutting down. We'll be vocal in other things, but we're not vocal about that. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. So, but it's like I would say the main reason because he's the president, right? That's like, and I understand what y'all saying too, as far as like he ain't even here. But as far as everybody on planet Earth, you know what I'm saying? Like as far as that, right? Saying that I don't know where that was. I need to research that about they being because I've heard that too. White people ain't real, or they were whatever the case may be. But I would just say because he was elected president, and not just him, but they have a whole group of people that come together, legislation, sign off of it. So it's a lot of them. So that would be, I would say, why. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the I'm just listening to a lot of genetics and I understand that, but it had me confused because you was just up here says how we're allowing this man that ain't from here or that ain't even genetically like they ain't even supposed to be on this earth. Why are we allowing him to tell everybody why who's an immigrant and who's this and who's that? And it's just state. You know what I'm saying? And he was elected, and I don't think it's a lot of stuff right. I don't think, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know what I'm saying, good and evil. Like there's, you know what good is and what evil is. But as far as like, you know what I'm saying, and we just people. But we're here, and he's just the president. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I was just trying to figure.
Are you saying that it doesn't? Are you want to like? I'm just asking a clarifying question. Like, are you basically saying that this discussion, like, nothing matters? Like, what are you? What are you trying to drive home?
I think that it matters, right? What y'all saying. So is these things that y'all, cause y'all the two people that you and the other guy, y'all information and y'all research, I can tell that y'all have done a lot of research and y'all know, cause like I said, I've heard these things before. I've heard them on YouTube and stuff like, but as far does that mean as far as like they was they basically like lab rats or you know what I'm saying, how they made a chicken, you know what I'm saying, like and it's like as far as that, who's gonna tell these people that they can't like be citizens or they can't run for the president, the senator, or whatever the case may be, the office and what like that. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter because it should. I would everybody say, you know what I'm saying, as far as the world, as far as saying, okay, we're going to elect this person that's a cow. You know what I'm saying? Or that's how I'm looking at it. I'm saying it like
the world doesn't know the truth. That's the thing.
Right.
And you're saying that you hear this stuff on YouTube, you hear it, but then like people hear things, but then they don't go do the research. I'm the person that does the research because clearly I can look at your phenotype and I can tell that we're not the same.
Right.
When I get wet, I don't emit smells of animal enzymes or proteins. Right. There's a genetic and a scientific explanation for why they have particular smells. Right. You see what I'm saying? That's not race or hate speech. That's just discussing genetic differences. So what we're seeing is a difference, a separation between who's actually hungry for knowledge and who wants to still stay asleep. And the vast majority of the world is sound asleep. So again, I'm not going to discuss government because the government is all of their moves, they're using astrology for.
Right.
And they're not even in charge. Right. They are puppets for the people who are really in charge, which are still people that are our color. They're just puppets.
They ain't us, sister.
They're not running nothing.
We're not controlling them, sister. They're being controlled by extraterrestrials that have been on the planet. And this is why they're trying to amp up, oh, there's gonna be a fake alien. The aliens have been here. They've been in the North Pole, trafficking our women and children for their totalitarian stem cell. And that mountain in the north, Rupert Niagara, which is called Black Rock, touches the magnetic dome. So while he pulls energy from the magnetic dome, which is another form of the black woman, which is the earth, he pulls energy from her totalitarian stem cell and her children, which gives him forever life, immortality on the planet.
That don't make sense. Life forms that are here. So a lot of people that think, oh, extraterrestrials, but where is Earth? Is Earth not in space? Is Earth not in the cosmos? So y'all got to start, you know what I'm saying, questioning everything that's around you and then doing the proper research.
This
Right,
shit been
because
going on for 300,000 years of their
right,
man-made time. See
and
what I'm saying? But I hear
during
you,
my
sister. I'm just trying to get to the next guest. You see what I'm saying?
I just got
promise I'ma come
one
back.
comment and then I'm done. During my research over the last 30 years, I haven't heard our ancestors mention anything about anybody coming from no other planet but Earth.
I got a question too. So
Okay,
just say
go ahead.
Bro,
Go
you
ahead,
gotta wait your
Denial.
turn,
Go
bro.
ahead, Denial. Go ahead.
All right. We both know. We should all know that the black people were the first people. And we should all know that two black people are the only people that can make a white baby. A white child. Because you got this, you listen, you got this such thing that's called an albino. Okay? You got this thing that is called an albino. They are born with no melanin, no pigment, no pigment.
What do we do with that
Okay.
information, though?
Listen, okay? If an albino mate with another albino, that is called skin grafting. Okay? They are going to produce another lighter species. They're our children. They come from us. They come from us. So
Can you
they
explain?
were not created.
Can you explain on a scientific and a genetic level how the albino is a completely different? How does the albino have no melanin?
They have no pigmentation.
Okay, so
Have you ever seen?
No, I'm asking you a question. Okay, just let me ask you a question. I'm just asking you a question, brother. There's 100+ people, so I have to clarify stuff for the room. Just let me speak to y'all, all right? How does have no pigment when everything, including plants, insects, and animals, all have melanin?
Do white people have melanin? Do white teeth?
Everything. I just gave you a hint. Hold on, brother.
Hold up.
Everything. I'm gonna put it on the board for you too. So please answer it correctly.
Pull up an albino.
I don't have to do that. I know that there are
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Brother, because you don't understand melanin, okay? Do you understand that there are 5 types of melanin?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking a question.
No, I don't understand.
Okay, so I'm letting you know that everything, animals, plants, so-called humans, all have melanin. There's 5 types. All right, I'm gonna put it on the board because I know that there are people in here and niggas like to fact check. Give me a second because there's 5 different types of melanin. And it's not that the albino has no melanin. They are neuromelanated beings. All of their cells are coated in neuromelanin because they stem from the totipotum stem cell, which is the so-called black woman.
And the so-called black
mitochondrial gene.
Hold on, brother. The so-called black woman can produce 48 known shades of color of herself. You see what I'm saying? And that's why you see albino. Their hair grows towards the sun, and they can biosynthesize the sun. It's not that they don't have a different type of melanin. It's just that the black woman, the so-called black woman, can make all colors within the chakra system. You see what I'm saying? This is what it is. So you got to study genetics. So before you come up and start saying that and start spreading that type of information, brother,
Listen, brother. Can two black people have a lighter skinned baby?
So if we're having a discussion and we can't even speak, you didn't even come up here with facts or nothing. That's really kind of, you know what I'm saying?
This is facts.
It's not facts because I asked you a simple question, brother. I said, can you scientifically, genetically, and biologically explain to me how these people have no melanin? And you said you couldn't. Now you're cutting us off with the explanation after me just putting a source on the board. Come on. You see what I'm saying? I'm asking you, you're saying it is facts, but you have not presented one, brother.
I can't pull nothing up on your screen.
You should be able to pull something up on your screen and turn your camera on, and I can expand you.
I ain't got enough followers to do that.
Then.
I don't have enough followers to
drop
do
a
that.
source in the chat or something, but you didn't even know that there were 5 different types of melanin. So
all you gotta do is pull up an albino.
How are you going to tell someone that is well versed in this topic, you didn't even know? And it's okay to not know. That's what these lives are for. The albino, again, is one of the 48 shades that stems from the totipotum stem cell carrier. It's just that shade. It is still
which is the mitochondrial gene.
So all 48 shades, including the chakra system, so that really makes 55. Why did we leave in the hardest stone known to man that we were green and red? Why did they call us the blue black people? Because we have shrunken in frequency. That's why when I see my people talk about being copper colored, we are not supposed to be these tones. You sitting here subscribing to titles, being Indian, being African, when all of these were created by the eukaryotic cell, and he has a question mark on his genetics.
How is an albino created?
Is that the albino is a neuromelanated being. Their integumentary system still biosynthesizes the sun. Their ether, still biosynthesizes the sun because of the structure that it's made in. 2 versus 3, the complex cell organism has fur. So the albino that you keep trying to come for comes from the BLK woman. It is a neuromelanated being, which is the reason why their skin still biosynthesizes
our children.
So again,
they are our children. The albino, if an albino mate with another,
it's not about being our children. They are our brothers and sisters because they are the same as you and me. There's brothers and sisters darker than you. Are they different? Is their genetic material different than yours? No, they are not.
Man, you don't know what you're talking about, sister.
You didn't come up here with no facts, brother. I'm gonna need you to go study the facts, brother. Go ahead, Ether.
It's crazy, man.
Ether, and then it's Tiny and Daniel.
Y'all come up here and y'all say you don't know, and then cut us off when we start speaking, and then be like, we're wrong. It's just weird, man. You're too grown for this.
We're not saying the same thing differently. No, we're not.
Is this what you're passing down to children?
We're saying 2 completely different things. He just said that the albino has no melanin. The albino is neuromelanated. There are different shades of neuromelanin, y'all.
And they're organic.
I don't like when our people say that. Oh, y'all are saying to say, no, you just don't understand the conversation respectfully.
And you don't understand that the albino is just another piece of you. So you're just saying, oh yeah, they can be, they're recessive, they can be spliced.
Yeah, they can't be spliced when their cells are coated in neuromelanin.
Just like yours.
Facts.
So go ahead, Ether.
He did say that. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He said that they came from the albino. That's saying that the albino can be spliced. You cannot splice a cell coated in neuromelanin.
Even he in the comments saying I said that. So let's shut that shit down right now.
Go
ahead, Ether.
Okay, go ahead, Ether.
So I want to go ahead and touch on that. First of all, abundance.
Abundance, brother.
First of all, an albino and a white person are 2 completely different species, and how we know this, you got to look at the prokaryotic cell. So once you get into the prokaryotic cell, you understand that down to how the actual DNA is actually structured, prokaryotic cells have hoop or circular type of DNA. It goes with micro and macro, right?
Let me put a picture on the screen. Go ahead, brother.
All right, so this goes with micro and macro. So the same way our hair curls up or coils up is the same way our DNA does it, the same way the universe does it. That is still within the albino person. If you did not have any type of neuromelanin, you would not have any prokaryotic cells. Even if you look at the eukaryotic cell's DNA, it is linear, meaning that it is straight, just like their hair. Everything that is micro is macro, and a lot of these niggas don't read, and it shows. Y'all are just going off of whatever y'all heard. Like, I'm gonna just be honest with you. Y'all don't read.
Literally, they don't even know how the eukaryotic cell Geiger says prokaryotes. And this is all books, all scientists, all historians, all geneticists, all of them start out by saying prokaryotic organism. Prokaryotes were the only organisms on the planet
for millions of years. Sometimes scientists even say eons. And they literally say there is no explanation for how the eukaryotic cell got here. And there's a source on the screen that is not, I didn't even use Google for this. I don't use Google for none of my sources unless it's definitions. Okay, so again, just like he was talking about, the eukaryotic cell is multicellular, complex cell, and versus a eukaryotic cell or a prokaryotic cell, which is unicellular, meaning that it's only one thing that is functioning that cell, which is the neuromelanin. So if you look closely in that nucleoid right there, that's where the neuromelanin sits. That's what programs that whole prokaryotic cell on the right. The eukaryotic cell on the left, look at it, completely different structure, looks completely different on a cellular level, has way more components because there are eukaryotic and multicellular. You see what I'm saying? And there's at least 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus for that cell right there. He didn't say nothing wrong. Abundance and gratitude.
And that's why my brother said their genetic material is linear. It's not connected to one another. You see what I'm saying? Because it's different genetic material within one cell. Our genetic material stays together like a circle, like in chains. Like, you ever see chains? They link together like that because it's the same thing together.
Just like ants do.
Just like ants do, just like bees do.
Yeah,
This
and they're
is why,
prokaryotic.
this is how you know if there's prokaryotic animals around you or eukaryotic animals around you, the way they behave, the way they reproduce. You see what I'm saying? All of these things. This is what it's all been about. This is the biggest lie that has been told to our people, is that we're all one human race. It was to hide the fact that the divine creator of all life is the so-called black woman. That's it. So let's keep diving into our genetics, my brothers and sisters. That's where the answers is at. We're not leading you like these other prophets and shit nowhere outside of yourselves.
Facts.
Genetics leads you back to you.
Facts. I'm gonna lead you to you.
Yeah,
all
we're
the
leading
time.
you back to you.
I'm not telling you to go. When I tell y'all to go do the research, I'm telling you to go look melanin, what makes black people black by Dr. Layla Africa. I'm talking about Why Darkness Matters, The Power of the Brain, written by 4 black neuroscientists. And then when you understand who you are, then you can read genetics, neuroscience, anatomy and physiology, and biology for dummies. Then all of that will make sense when you know the difference in the function of the cells, or even reading the Divine Carbon series. You see what I'm saying? I'm not telling you to do anything outside of what your genetics are telling you to do. We got a whole library. You see what I'm saying? All right. So who is next? Tiny School?
Hey, how's it
Tiny
going?
Scholar. Abundance and gratitude, sis. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I just wanted to first say that when people are triggered, they can't think critically. And I notice a lot of people are coming up and there's just a lot of ego that's keeping them from being able to learn. So I just ask people to please remove your ego. If you really are just here to be combative and you're not here to really learn or like get any new information, then this is not the space for you. You're just not ready yet. And when it comes to this, it's really like a mindset thing. You really have to first understand who you are before you can understand who anybody else is or who they aren't, like what they're pretending to be. So like what people, need to do is first, like these Abrahamic religions have done so much of the heavy lifting for us in indoctrinating our people into not even knowing their own power. So until you can understand who you are truly, who your I am is, then you will realize that even though you are of this planet, you're made of the same thing that makes up the universe. And then it'll be more easier to grasp these kind of concepts of things, things being foreign to the planet, because a lot of this just goes over so many people's heads because they automatically get triggered because you've been trained since birth, especially if you grew up in the church, to believe, like that God is outside of you, that you already don't have any power, on this earth. So like, first you need to take back that power and, understand who you are. And then you can understand, how you've been lied to. I do offer a source for people that don't really like understand scientific language, or that are not, are not on that wavelength of everything just being super scientific. Look up the documentary on YouTube called White It Out. It's called White It Out. It's by the it's kind of online ministry, and it talks about, it goes way back, because what you have to do first is you have to realize that this is when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of years of indoctrination, that means that the history that she's talking about, it predates anything that's written down, unless you're looking at like esoteric. You really have to understand that the brainwashing goes so deep down into the fabric of everything that you know. And so this is why it's so triggering to you, because your ego is being triggered. That's everything that you know is a lie. So you have to like be able to think critically and be able to digest the information first. And if you're not ready for that, then you don't even need to be here, because you're just not ready. But if you are ready, then I would suggest watching White It Out documentary. Now this documentary is 10 years old, but it has everything you need. I'm talking about, it breaks it down from, why they taught the, stuff that you learn in kindergarten, foundational. That's why they teach kids when they're young about the earth, like, where the oceans are, you are me, I. They teach you all that young, so that it's hard for you to break it. Okay. So exactly. Those are your imprint years. So I implore you to go watch this documentary called White It Out. It talks about, and then I implore you to get over Abrahamic religions and start looking into who you are, who my I am is, who you are beyond this body, because you are not your body. First of all, you're not your body, even though we are here, on a mission in this realm on earth. But ultimately, you are more than your body. You are your spirit. And when your body is gone, you're more than that. So first you need to know that. And then you can think about, well, why did I come to earth? What is my reason for being here? And then you can get into the battle. Okay, well, there's a battle here on earth that I came to be a part of. And then you can get into, okay, well, then who is the enemy? But you're trying to figure out who the enemy is, but you don't even know who you are. So that's all I gotta say.
Facts, my sister. You don't even know why the enemy has deemed themselves as being your enemy. You don't even know what you're composed of and what you have. You don't even know what's being taken, because you don't know who you are. So you don't know, so-called Black woman, that your cells are being used to make BOMBSs, to make cars, to make GUNs, to make all of this stuff is running off of you, because you are the totipotent stem cell carrier. You have the essence that sparks all life. This is simple 9th grade biology. You don't need a degree to understand genetics. They taught you about it in biology. The only problem was they told you that you were a eukaryotic cell. They had you drawing pictures. They tested you over it because, again, the imprint years, imprinting the lie, imprinting his story, his narrative into you. Because, again, on the 5th page of What Makes Black People Black, written by Dr. Layla Africa, it says that when you feed your melanin, and he talks about neuromelanin, like a Caucasian, like the eukaryotic cell, it diminishes the production of it. You eating meat, processed foods, thinking you have to vote in a system that was designed for your destruction, thinking that these people are equal as you, when all of them put together combined. I'm talking about the Asian, the so-called Dravidian, the so-called Mexican, the so-called hybrids whose mother is eukaryotic as well. All of them put together cannot even stand up genetically to one of us.
Facts.
Well, not one. This is why I say, forget racism, y'all. Never mind the semantics. Never mind cultural appropriation. And if she can wear box braids, never mind that. Because when you understand their genetics, now you see why she want to wear box braids like you. Now you see why they want to sleep with our men. Now you see why they want to poison our earth. Now you see why they're rooted in race, because race was created for them. Religion was created to just combat science, y'all. That is a fact. You can go look up. And when I say fact, I'm not just talking about something you can just Google. I'm not a Google warrior.
Cross-reference.
I'm not a Google warrior. You see what I'm saying? I read books, right? Thick books, not just little baby books. You see what I'm saying? But the baby books that I'm reading are talking about something of substance. That's why I always recommend the Divine. In there, it's a book, 40 pages, y'all. Who can't sit down and read a 40-page picture book about your anatomy, the sun, and how the sun is you? It describes, I think the first page of the book is who are we?
Yep.
The
It literally says, who
literally
are we?
says you are, talks about who you are on a molecular level. That's why I stopped telling these niggas that they from the Pleiadians and these fucking stars. Sulfur and ammonia-based beings cannot be from nowhere in the cosmos. That's not how the cosmos work. All right? Abundance and gratitude, sis.
And now you see why we have to psychologically and medically evaluate our own species, our own children. This is why we have to take out all of those 25 million children that go to school, to their schools every day. You see what I'm saying? We got to start being that, being our own doctors, we have to start being that for you. You have to start being that for yourself. At this age that we're coming in is the time to be sensitive to the voice inside.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? That is what's gonna lead you to the path of evolution.
That's what's becoming stronger because the coronal mass ejections, right? The X-class flares, the M-class solar flares are what's unlocking the dormant DNA or DEA. That's what the sun does to the sun. It absorbs itself. That's why I'm saying they can't splice our cells with light. It would just absorb it just like a black hole would. You got to go based off of the facts. I keep trying to tell people, Netta is Shannon Sharp. These niggas is playing multiple roles. Ain't no cloning going on with our people. They are cloning that opposite species, though, because they have the cell that can be spliced. So, of course, you'll see records 07 where they took the graft from 2 Neanderthal brains and created 10 clones.
Mm-hmm.
That's by the boatloads.
The only person who can make a replica of us is the so-called black woman through her totipidem stem cells. That's why you see all so-called black women are fragments of the universe and they're all replica of the first woman. And same for the men because of the hertotipidem stem cells.
Facts.
So this is just facts. So we have
we have other guests too. Somebody said, then why do they get sunburned? Being specific. You see what I'm saying? Who's getting sunburned? Our people are getting sunburned because they are feeding antigens and parasites that are then being first of all, y'all understand radiation. UVC radiation has been ground level since 2015. All right. Mm-hmm. This type of wavelength is a gene mutating, detoxifying, and germ killing wavelength. So, of course, if my people are again eating against their genetic makeup, eating the eukaryotic cell, consuming eukaryotic organisms, and they are a prokaryotic organism, of course, it's going to be hard for them to take the sun. Of course, it's going to be hard for them to see the truth when they have brain fog, clogged meridians, clogged arteries. Everything about you is clogged.
And energy can't flow.
That doesn't change their genetics. That does not change their genetics. All right.
Yeah, that just affects the effect, but it doesn't change the cause.
Facts. Go ahead, Breaking. I know you wanted to say something, and then we'll get to Mr. Factsness, and then hold on. Go ahead, Breaking.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys bringing me up, and I was just about to hit you guys in the inbox and say, well, why bring people up if you're not going to let them join in? You guys are spitting out 100% facts, but at the same time, if you're going to have a panel, then I don't know. I know what you guys are doing, and you're doing an excellent job. But then people sit on here waiting so damn long. Excuse my language, but anyway, thank you for having me up. And in my time of being on here waiting, I've been listening, and I've heard a lot of great information. And so I guess the first thing I wanted to say is this, going back to the young man that was up and you guys were trying to school him about how this whole process works. And you were saying, and you were telling him that he's not, in order for one to be a great leader, one must have been a great follower.
We're not a leader. We're not leaders.
Actually, you are leading because you're giving people knowledge and you're trying to give people understanding, and that is leading. You're not letting them live in the space that they're living in, and that is the dark side of things, lacking of knowledge. So I say leaders, but I respect what you're saying. You don't consider yourself as a leader, but I definitely do. Anybody that has a platform and that is speaking out and trying to speak truth to power, you're leading. But with that being said, that's the first thing I wanted to say, responding to why he was so close-minded and not receiving what you guys were trying to give him. And that's where they want us. That's where the enemy, as you say, that's where they want, especially this young generation. Most of the people that I hear on this panel, they sound kind of younger than me. I'm 53. And if you are younger, it's a beautiful thing for me to run across this live and to have young people such as yourselves, which I would assume that you are, to be as knowledgeable as you are and to be, as I said, leaders in a space where we are now as BLK people. because we're not followers anymore. We used to be followers, but we're not. But my question that I had for you guys is this, and this is what made me stick around so long, because you guys are based in facts and research. Now, the theory that I heard about where they come from, and I know you guys are not going to hesitate to correct me if I'm wrong, which I don't know if I'm right. It's a theory. But what I heard was is that the albinos came from BLK women, all right, which somebody said we are able to produce any shade of color, which is a fact. But I heard that when they had those types of babies, they looked at them in a sense of like being lepers. That they wasn't the stereotypical of the BLK people. And so what they did was they sent them away to caves or wherever they might have sent them. They always use caves as the describing or defining factor of things. But they sent them to caves, and and after they made it with each other and they grew up and so on and so forth, and how that story went, they came out. And when they came out, uh, let me say this first of all: Black people are not savages. BLK people are not savages. We're peaceful people. We're very intellectual people. We're architect people. We truly believe and live and let live. Whereas the YT, or I think you would say YT people, they're the opposite of it. Going back to what you guys were saying about their makeup, genetic makeups, and I'm not as knowledgeable on all of the chromosomes and all of that stuff like you guys are. Awesome job, awesome job. But they came out as savages amongst each other because they were cast away. They were looked at as lepers, and so and maybe this kind of plays into the narrative of them coming out of caves and their eyes being the color that they were, sensitive to light, skin sensitive to light. Somebody said, well, why did they get skin burn? Well, I don't know the answer to that. You guys did a really good job of explaining that, and I really don't remember all of it, but I got the gist of what you were saying. But I'm just trying to understand myself. Is that probably a true story if you guys get the gist of what I was saying? Oh, okay. So what?
My bad, y'all. My phone had unalived, so
Abundance, sorry, y'all.
yeah. But I heard him say that the albino came from the so-called black woman, which is
No,
true.
I didn't say so called. I said yeah, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
we know that they came from black woman. Everything came from a black woman. Hey, that
Okay,
we
and then
know
you're
that.
saying that they were frowned upon for,
Yeah,
and what's the
because
explanation for them being frowned upon?
and
well, because they wasn't the typical. They was abnormal, and
Who
just
was
like
the
if
one
you,
that was putting them in the cages and in the
I don't
caves?
Well, I don't know who drove them to the cave. I don't know. I don't know who
But
did that.
who did come out of caves, and who and why were there caves?
Well,
Who came out of the caves first, and whose narrative are we going by still to this day?
I'm sorry, ask your question again.
Whose narrative are we going based off of? Because why would the creator look at her own creation as frowned upon when she knows that that comes from her? So who's actually doing the frowned uponing, and who's taking the children? Was it the BLK women that were taking?
Well, now as the story, the way history is told is that we were colonized people. We all came from tribes. There was leaders, there were kings of those colonies, of those tribes. So I would suspect if the story is true, then it was probably the leaders or the people that were in charge that were saying, okay, what do you have in here? This is not like us. Not unfamiliar to what was going on. I don't know.
Yeah, we've been falling in frequency for so-called 300,000 years. So even when we're looking at history, again, it's always going to be his narrative, because we're also looking at us in ancient Kemet, or in us in these ancient civilizations that were still after the fall, still after the point when these people came out of the caves. Still after when all the splicing was going on and when the tree of life was cut down and how we shrunk in frequency. So I get it, but genetics does not change whether it's back then or now.
And so-called black people, we before, like she just said, 300,000 years ago, we didn't have kings, queens. We didn't have none of that shit. We knew who was the divine creator. You see what I'm saying? We had a global civilization all over the planet filled with just so-called black people. We didn't have tribes. We didn't have none of that because we understood genetics. That's what we're saying. And they didn't use no albino to make these people. Albino is still us. It came out of a so-called black woman.
Well, that's that
and
part.
She can make 48 known shades of herself.
Yeah, that part I can definitely agree with you on. I can definitely agree with you on that part of it. And not to deny anything that you guys are saying, because like I say, I don't know. This is just something I wanted to ask you guys. But moving on from that, I said I had a profound statement because I heard someone in the live earlier say, well, why are we allowing these people to do that? And so from my research, from my understanding of it is like I alluded to earlier, is that we're not violent people. We're not savage people. We're not. We are loving people. We are nurturers. And the thing about it is this: what I've come to, because I am 53 and I have somewhat of a history as far as knowing what the civil rights movement was about. I was a child, but at the same time, I was old enough to be around that and to see without full understanding, like the understanding I have now. But we are not, and to answer that question, in my opinion, the reason why we are allowing this to happen and for them to do what they're doing is because we are not willing to unalive for a greater cause. And they are willing to unalive for their greater cause. And until we get to that point to where we have to say, this is bigger than just an individual thing. This is for the survival of the BLK race in existence, because they're not going to hand it to us. They're not just going to hand over power. They don't want it to be equal. And I can't really say that I blame them for that because of the fact of survival of the fittest. If the shoe was on the other foot, and history was the opposite of what they've whitewashed it to be, would we want to give up power? No one wants to give up power. It's gonna have to, the trees of liberty is gonna have to be watered in order for this to change, which I don't advocate for this. I really don't. But I believe that history repeats itself eventually.
History has only been repeating itself because he is still on the planet. What
I understand
UVC
that.
radiation is doing to their species, they don't get nothing to repeat. That's what I'm saying. You have to understand genetics and how they work and understand that they have no real origin. There is nothing for them to go back to. What is happening is we're shifting back to nature. Ain't no trees of liberty, no fake government system. There will be nothing governing your mental anymore. You will have to govern yourself based off of what is coded in your genetics. And the more that the UVC radiation amps up, it will make them more erratic. That's why we're seeing all of this chaos. Because this shit has to be dismantled in order for us to have true liberty, true freedom, which is us moving according to our genetics and moving according to what the planet universal law is talking about. I don't care about patriarchy. I don't care about a man-made system. This whole system was built off of the genocide of my people. Everybody that's at a job right now and you're listening to this, that job, all jobs, 100% of jobs was built off of the genocide of your people.
Facts.
So why, as a people, do we want to keep a system going when we know that we haven't always, when this hasn't always been the thing? If we know that the eukaryotic cell hasn't been around that long, why are we allowing these people to govern our mental? Because y'all know this. Y'all know that these people have pig DNA. Y'all know that these people can't take the sun. So why are you allowing them to govern you on a planet that you biologically identify with? But abundance and gratitude for that, brother. I'm just finna move on to the next guest because it's been two people up here for a while. You came up here saying that you didn't really like waiting, so I'm just gonna move on to the next guest. Go ahead, hold on.
He pretty much hit everything I was thinking. The only thing he didn't say is when I came on, y'all were saying, are they from another? Where are they from? Where are white tea people from? They're not from here.
They're from animals. That's where that's where their origin is from. They don't they're not native to no landmass, no galaxy, no solar system, no sun. Their origin is animals.
And I always thought it was like a migration situation. Is it possible that the further you go away from the equator, you lose your pigment? Is that just not a possibility? Just curious, because if you look at them, like if you look at our features, you know, our hair holds water longer. Our noses, we breathe more air, cools our brain because we live where it's hot. Their noses are, I don't know. I always look at those people and I always think like it's a genetic mutation or a genetic, wherever you live, you kind of look like where you live, or your features and your whole body is depending on where you live. You know, like polar bears are white, black bears are black. You know, that has nothing to do with anything.
There is no validity in evolution.
I'm just curious. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just answering the question, brother.
We're answering that curiosity.
Like there is no evolutionists, there's no geneticists, their top scientists is telling everybody that evolution is not factual.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're saying that there is no explanation for how we went from haploid to diploids. That's the basis of evolution. That mutation, when people say, oh, but if you look at the story, they're saying that it at least takes eons. If you look at the comparison between 1 million years or an eon, it says a major difference and it's a larger amount of time. So we're talking about larger. Some scientists that are being debunked are saying eons and some are saying millions, but the top scientists in the world are saying none of that shit is true. There is no explanation for how these animals got to this planet and then how their nucleus was truly seeded into reality. That's what eukaryotic means, truly seeded nucleus. And prokaryotic organisms were the only organisms on this planet. That is a fact that can be proven through genetics.
Yeah.
And there is no. Yeah.
And basically, what that means is that we went from being in a hot environment and not and biosynthesize the sun. I am an autotroph species. I'm a part of an autotroph species. You see what I'm saying? I'm a self-feeder. I have no animal DNA. I have a single set of chromosomes. Now I move into a colder climate. Now I have multiple different animal genetics that cannot naturally reproduce with each other.
I got you.
And now I can't biosynthesize the sun. And now now the whole planet I can't absorb no radiation. I can absorb terrestrial radiation or solar radiation. How is that possible? That's you know what I'm saying? That's what we're saying. We never went from backwards to difference. So it's impossible.
Can I ask a question? Who made them? Who did it?
The same
Hello?
person that they call Jesus,
I got
Zeus, Pindar, Moloch the dragon, God, all of this nigga that goes by many different names is their creator.
Yep.
right.
And he lives in Rupert,
Okay,
Niagara.
86, can you just let us, we're going to let you go next, but
Yeah.
can you just let us answer the questions and then we'll get to you in just a second?
Yeah, we got you next.
She was asking a question. Their creator is Pindar.
Yeah, Pendar. And he lives in Rupert, Niagara, which is called Black Rock, which is the tallest mountain in the North Pole, which is actually moving, and it touches the magnetic dome, and it's made up of magnet.
Right. He's the one, all your black nobility group, your 13 families, all of them report to him.
Yep.
So Trump reports to him. So that's why I'm saying this guy is not doing nothing. He's answering orders and he's just the face for him.
And why did they do it?
Because the Pindar himself, he's the one that's orchestrating all of this.
And they did it to test the unity of so-called black people. This is a test for us. You see the way we treat each other today?
Pindar we agreed to this test. And Pindar, the creator, I want to clear that up. It's not like, oh, they're testing us and we're just allowing them. No, we agreed
Yes.
for him to, we created Pindar to test our unity of each other. That's what this is about. So trees don't know that they are trees. Us as prokaryotic organisms are looking at each other and questioning, because that's what this test, that's what this matrix was created. It's for us to know thyself, because that's the number one rule in the cosmos.
And Pindar is a prokaryotic cell organism.
Yeah.
All prokaryotic organisms all come from the universe, which is the so-called black women.
Fact.
The
So
divine creator. He's the one who created them, and he went too far. You see what I'm saying? And this is why this is an embarrassment for so-called black people, and the joke is really on them. He's trying, this is all right now that's happening around the world. It's just to further embarrass so-called black people. This is what's happening. And that's why, as we're not paying attention to the actual problem, which is the children and our women and our species, then now you see why our species is actually declining in frequency.
Yeah, and the point that I was just gonna make is Pindar is a prokaryotic organism. The niggas that's working for him are not. So imagine that these niggas know that their time is already coming, and then they just swaying all these people that don't know. These people really believe in the government. They really believe in Trump. They really believe this little stage event of him getting his ear blown off. Why don't we see any bandages? Why don't we see any wounds? Why don't we see anything of him going to the doctor or none of that being patched up, or even why is that not being discussed? Why are people just skipping over the fact that this nigga is telling other people that are in the same haplogroup as him that they're different and they not native?
And like my brother said in the comments, to see who's moving like a single cell organism or like versus a complex cell organism. This was the test. Are you gonna move like your genetics, or are you gonna allow outside forces to influence you, control the inner flow of things within you to see your reflection as somebody else? You see what I'm saying? That's what it was. That's the test. Can you get oil to divide water from water?
Facts. But I just want to move to the next guest, y'all, because somebody hasn't spoken. Go ahead, 86. '86. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Where can you give me can you lead me to where I could find the information what you were talking about, the books or wherever you were getting this knowledge from?
Getting what?
Getting knowledge about the maker of you said they were
Sumerian text, Sumerian tablets.
Sumerian tablets. Okay, so they're Anunnaki. They're the Anunnaki.
Hold on,
You're talking
brother.
about the Anunnaki.
Hold on. Anunnaki means just those who came from above. So that can mean any species, because so-called black people, we're not the only intelligent life forms throughout the universe. So let's clear that out the way. And what she was saying is that you could look at the Sumerian tablets, the Sumerian texts, and you could also you could look at documentaries of what they thought, of what scientists and historians thought of how life began. And they tell you that extraterrestrial life had a hand in that, and they always lead back to the Sumerian tablets and texts. And one of their historian and scientists named Zachariah Zenchen wrote books. You can see all the books that he wrote about it, and he wrote about how they were created as a slave race to mine gold, and so-called black people were the golden race, and all natural resources come from us. You see what I'm saying? Our neuromelanin produces hydrocarbon, and it produces all atoms that all life builds off of. This is why we're literally life. We're literally the life source. You see what I'm saying? So that's what this is about.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We're all made. God created everything, right? Basically, I mean, they say His name is God, but we're. I believe that it's. I'm not gonna say it's God, because who knows really what God's name is. But anyway, I was just trying to. I was asking a question earlier. Has anybody heard of Raptor News?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well, he passed away, but I used to follow him, and he was reading out of the book. You know, I believe it was the actual. It was an old Bible, and they, you know how they tampered with it. But this Bible that he was reading out of, he would put it on the screen, and he said, and he was reading out of it, and it said that God created the Gentiles, okay, before He created Adam and Eve, and they were actually like they were what do you call them, what do you call them? Well, it said that they were made out of fire, and they were jinn. Okay, the jinn in Gentiles is actually it's a demon. You know what I'm saying? That's what a jinn is a demon. And it said that He created the Gentiles, and it explained more about like the tiles. I can't remember, but Gentiles. You know, when you look up the origin and everything in the Bible, it said that they were made. They're made from fire, and they you know, and it went on explaining about, you know, what children of God, I mean, Adam and everybody was made out of. We were made out of. I believe it was earth, you know, and then it goes on down to speak on how you know, like all types of like the reason why they're blowing everything up is because they're made out of fire. They're destructive, you know what I'm saying? And they're fuel for the fire, you know? All they right. Go that's what they're all, you know.
So what did you want to add based on the topic though? Like the topic itself, because you've been up here for a while. So what was what made you initially request up?
Yeah.
Well, I know. I mean, shit. I just wanted to know where you guys was getting the information, you know.
Okay, and then if anybody wants to know what books that I'm reading, a lot of the books, when I type them out on here, I get flagged for them, even if I put them on my story or type them in a comment. So on my Instagram, there's a highlight of all the books that I have. You can go look at my Instagram. They're highlighted on there. You should be able to see it. Abundance and gratitude for that. I think it was Boss of All Bosses that was next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So, you guys, a couple days ago, you had a question, well, where do white people come from? You remember the history with the ice? They said dinosaurs used to roam, ice happened, and then that's when everything was erased. Would you guys possibly think maybe it was through there? That's the way white people were born, because they have no ties.
White people were created in a petri dish to be a slave race by Pindar.
Yeah, I've heard documents about that, but I would actually believe 100%. But you tell me there's no way to keep them keep them? Because if you're gonna create a race, why would you let them be able to reproduce? If you're gonna create something as a slave, you want to let it have no type of reproduction system.
They were when they originally came out of the caves, they weren't able to reproduce or speak. They had hypertrichosis and were on all fours
And were on
have
leashes.
have vestigial tails.
Like-
and they're still being born like that today.
Yeah, when they were first created, they were created on leashes like dogs.
So there's
and then
been
now
gen-
you see them having dogs that there's man's best friend. They're just having dogs on leashes. That's how they're
Who gave them the organ to reproduce?
Who gave them the ability to produce? It's so-called black people. We reverse engineered these people. We gave them bipedalism and with the ability to reproduce. We did this.
I'll have to look into that one, but what I really truly believe, because especially now that they're trying to say, aliens are real, what I truly believe when the accident happened, that's when they came, because you can find a few documents of history of people saying how they were made, but like real solid evidence that these people actually come from a background, because every race has its own culture where it comes from. They have none, so my speculation is that like when the ice age happened, they came, because we all, there's a claim that they all started as like algae, you could say, then they mutated with the animals, and then when animals, and they started to evolve into as humans. That's my belief, but I'm not really sure. I'm just putting my 2 cents out there. Maybe that could
Hey, brother.
open.
Right now, you got to start believing, man. That's where I got lie in it. You see what I'm saying? You got to start believing. You got to start knowing. That's how you got to know how to move.
When I say believe, because
every organic nature, man.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, because I can't, because unless I have like factual evidence, that's why I say I believe. I can't really say I know for sure. This is my hypothesis, you could say, but putting 2 and 2 together, I would believe that's where it all started. I believe, because when you think about the Earth, everything, because it makes no sense how you telling me a species that was not even made to be on Earth is on Earth. Trees reside with the sun. Everything correlates with the sun. When trees need food, they use it.
You know why it doesn't make sense? You know why it doesn't make sense to you? Because you don't understand genetics. When you understand that there is a cell in an organism whose genetic material can be manipulated, then it will make sense. When you actually look at cells, fuck that. When you study the cosmos, because that's who we are on a quantum level, micro to macro. Quantum. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it probably doesn't make sense to you, brother.
And the thing is,
I'm not saying that's the thing. I'm saying when you think about
hold on, brother.
Hold
on, brother. And the thing is, plants undergo photosynthesis. We undergo biosynthesis. You see what I'm saying? This is what we undergo when we're under the sun. Everybody outside the so-called black race doesn't undergo that, and we didn't create them. I just wanted to clear that up. We didn't create them, but we undergo biosynthesis.
We have always been alchemists. So we alchemize. We alchemizing right now. That's what our genetics are telling us to do. So
that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead, everybody. Go. Like, damn, bro, you can't even get one thing out. Y'all are asking me questions. Just go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
No, ladies first. My apologies.
All I'm trying to say is, if we understand genetics, we'll understand this whole thing. That's all I want my people to know. All right? How are you going to let somebody with no ties to any land, no genetic, no biological identification, tell anyone where the fuck to go when none of these niggas are supposed to be here? That's what we're talking about in the room today. Go ahead and land, and then I just want to introduce Ankh.
All right. No, because I understand that, but that's why I say it makes no sense how people are saying white people off this land. When you read their biometrics and their DNA, it has no correlation with the Earth. So that's what I'm trying to say. How is it that these people are saying that they're people of Earth? This is why I'm trying to put two and two together. Because when you look at majority of alien movies, they always say, "Oh, due to the fact that we cannot." Like, let's say if we go to Mars, our body's not made to live on Mars. That's why we can't live on it. Their body's not made to live on Earth, but then somehow they live on Earth. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to say. I really believe that there's not. Yeah, there's speculation that there used to be eukaryotic cells and all that type of symptom. But what I truly believe, these people were aliens. When that freaking ice age happened, they came, and that's how they became to be. Because if you're telling me that it was a few people, black people back then created these white people, then wouldn't I we're also saying that we're actually facing the casualties, the effect of creating them?
We didn't create them.
No, but you said like a group of black people created them.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that, but that's okay, brother. So I just want to introduce the next guest, and then we'll get right back to you. Go ahead, because he literally answered your question the same, like 3 or 4 different times. We didn't create these people.
And whatever planet you're on, your soul programs your body for that planet. I just want all my brothers and sisters to know that. Just like this body specifically for Earth. Go ahead.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, Ankh.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Hey, check this out. Now I remember listening to Bobby a long time ago. Bobby was like, the ancestors was like, the biggest mistake we made was to create another man, which was mankind. Now, when you said this entity or whatever the heck it is named Pindar, I didn't even know anything about that, so I looked it up. You know what I'm saying? So it said technologies, but then at first it showed a Greek wood woes. Then it showed like it had another one, Pindar technologies, and I was like, did we create a system or a computer system that turned on us?
Nah, man.
We didn't create them.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Whatever we told Pindar to test our unity. We didn't tell this nigga to build a eukaryotic organism. We didn't tell nothing. We told this nigga to do that, and that nigga did what he wanted to do.
Fact.
That's not on us. You see what I'm saying? To use the black woman is not on us.
Yeah,
so when people are saying, oh, Yakub he was just one of us and he just shrunk in frequency. Nigga, this is the lowest frequency that all of our anatomy can take, which is the reason why it's shutting down and it can't work no more. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes to that, everybody is in the lowest frequency that we've been in. So why aren't there more people? Why aren't there more Yakubs? Why aren't there any women doing it? Why aren't there any men doing it? Why is it just this nigga if it's just about frequency, y'all?
Facts. So-called black people, we're, like she just said, we're chemically imbalanced now. You see us, our science, you don't see our scientists doing that. You see Asian scientists putting animal embryos in humans to create human hybrids. That's Facts. What you see. You don't see so-called black people doing that. You see us destroy-
selling out to these niggas. That's what you see. You see us being puppets, right? You see us being used, right? But we're not the ones pulling the strings, is what I want people to understand.
Right. Now, hey, check this out now. I sit back and I look at them, and it's like when it's like once you, because I didn't know anything about eukaryotic and prokaryotic. I didn't know how to say it that way. I just knew they wasn't us. You see what I'm saying? I always known that. But it's like once you get on another level of knowing who you are and once you know who you are, you know who you're not. And when you go around them, it's like your force field gets more energy. And it's like they can see that mess on you, man. It ain't mess. They can see that power on you.
They can feel it, but they don't know what they're feeling because you see what I'm saying? They have a completely different integumentary system. So when we come around them and just them being on our planet, which is also electromagnetic, and us actually being electromagnetic people, which is why we should be consuming, you see what I'm saying, high levels of magnesium and manganese, because we are magnets. That's what the soul is. You see what I'm saying? Your etheric body and your physical body is connected to each other. Your genetics will tell you everything about your spirit body. You see what I'm saying? These people don't have a soul. Then you be able to biosynthesize the sun because the soul is SOL, meaning solar, because it is a mini sun composed of many MINI suns. You see what I'm saying? Neuromelanin is the only molecule that can condense sunlight, and it's condensed sunlight. So when you come around, them being in the same area as you, they can't even explain to you what they're feeling. You see what I'm saying? They can't. Yeah, that's a fact. But
they're feeling acute body radiation is when your body is overloaded with radiation, and now your body starts to deteriorate, and which is why a lot of them are starting to unalive. And so-called black people, we undergo black body radiation, which is the same thing that the sun goes through. You see what I'm saying? Where we emit and absorb all radiation at its fullest wavelength, at its fullest totality. You see what I'm saying? So the same thing that the sun is doing to them, when we're around them, we're doing that to them. But when we're procreating with them, that's affecting our red blood cells.
That's adding antigens. Damn. That's adding antigens.
You know what I'm saying? And antigens are just is just a foreign substance, animal proteins. You see what I'm saying? Which is what black people do not produce. That is attached to our red blood cells and weakens our lymphatic systems and allow parasites and diseases and cancers to take place. You see what I'm saying? This is what it is. And yeah.
That's but facts, brother. I just want to introduce the next guest, and I'm gonna get right back to you. Welcome back in abundance to you. Gratitude. Go ahead, Retro.
What's poppin'? What up, though?
Abundance.
You know, I ain't know if you were trying to say a whole lot of nothing. I was just wanting to ask y'all, off of everything that y'all saying, if a new society came about, y'all would be a part of the next group of scientists for black people who would, you know, pull apart the fact that a small black child going to the doctor is treated the same as a middle-aged white man. You know, just from understanding the basic science of human beings and understanding that we are two different people. And, you know, I brought this to somebody's attention like months ago, because, you know, I got a platform myself, you feel me? I talk about it all the time where I be like, I ain't gonna hold you. The amount of conscious black folk that's there in this world right now is growing, but we still got, I think it's three sads. It's one sad that don't want to accept it, that the world changing. They don't got to be followers no more. They got their own mind, and we're not of this society. There's a sad that's still brainwashed. I'm talking about toe up to the flow up, the blind leading the blind, and, you know, eating any kind of way, talking any kind of way, like individuals that just don't believe in, you know, not only self-respect, you know, they disrespect everybody, you know, I mean, it's there. And then the conscious individual, you know, you got to deal with both sides and you got to choose when to have, what's it called? I'll say compassion for somebody who doesn't know, for somebody who doesn't want to accept the future, you know, somebody who doesn't want to accept themselves. Because if you ask me, to be honest, when you believe something, instead of knowing something, that just means that you just choosing excuses not to know yourself. And you a scary motherfucker at the end of the day. I apologize cussing on your platform. Excuse my language.
Now you speaking facts. The sun is what's separating us, literally.
No, for
That's
real,
the separation.
for real.
If you're still thinking like them, you will go with them, period. That's why it's a lot of people that's not going to make this shift. It's the world is changing, but the world is just the electromagnetic realm, field of this planet can be measured by the Schumann resonance. They fucked with it in the last year or so, but it was on the rise. That's why I'm so glad I have a book where it was published before that time, where it literally talks about we were vibing as low as 7.8 hertz, y'all. That's what we don't understand. See, we're like, oh, like this was happening in the ancient Kemetic. We have been shrinking in frequency for 300,000 years, y'all. Does anybody know the natural frequency of the planet? Take a wild guess and put it in the chat. Let's just take like a minute. I want everybody to guess, or if you know, type what the natural frequency of the planet. What does the planet vibe at? What frequency? Somebody said 430, 432, 435. Anybody else? Thank you, Ether. That's because Ether know. That's because Ether be in here. Ether with us. You see, I said Ether a co-host.
But everybody who said 432, that's the natural frequency that nature sits in, though. Like that the trees sit in, though. But the mycelium that the trees use, they resonate at 555, and that makes up the entire Earth.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
So we're supposed to be vibing at 555 hertz. We shrink as low as 7.83, 7.86. See what I'm saying? And then around, what was that, 2018, 2017, UVC radiation has been ground level since 2015. We went from 40 to 111. You see what I'm saying? And after we started to be on the rise from 111 hertz, they shut it off. You can't even find the Schumann resonance no more. You see what I'm saying?
And for anything to come in to become a physical being, you have to vibrate at 432 hertz first. So whoever said 432 hertz, y'all onto something too. You see what I'm saying? I wanted to say that because
if
all
you're
the
looking at a
frequencies
Schumann,
hold something.
if you're looking at the Schumann resonance right now, that is not the real Schumann resonance. That's what I'm just saying. So I'm telling you, they took it off. They're not using solar tech to be able to measure the sun no more. They're saying that it's broke.
Yeah, their solar laboratory in Mexico, they say it's shut down now. How is it shut down? When solar cycle 25 is amping up, y'all shutting down the solar facilities, but keeping up McDonald's and shit? You see what I'm saying? And this is getting removed. You see what I'm saying? The middleman is getting removed. That's what's happening. And the middleman is the system, the eukaryotic species, and everything that came with them is getting removed off the planet. They won't be here.
Micro to macrocosm.
So now the grid is going to shut down. There's going to be a blackout. You see what I'm saying? There's not going to be no more phones, no more cooking, no more none of this, no more none of that.
Yeah.
You're just going to be you and genetics and the sun. And once that light go out, we're going to experience darkness, but we're not going to experience the same thing in darkness depending on the discipline that you've been having with your body and with your species.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? And the respect. That's just what it is. It's coming down to that.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to be self-sufficient.
Yeah, coronal mass ejections, just like the brother just said, CME, solar flares. You see what I'm saying? Somebody came in here last live saying radiation doesn't hit. Or no. Somebody was arguing with me on TikTok. Somebody did a video response to me about melanin and was completely wrong. I'm going to have to respond back to that. I've been busy. But they were saying that UVC radiation or radiation period doesn't touch ground level. UVC radiation penetrates everything. Why else would niggas need sunblock if it wasn't affecting things on the surface? Come on, y'all. Like, come on. You did a whole 3-minute response and knew nothing about melanin until I told you there was 5 types. Now you want to argue with me about radiation? You didn't even know that there was 5 types of melanin. So then how do you know how your radiation affects? Like, come on. Y'all got to be for real with me. Literally. It's 10 years, y'all. You might as well say 10 years. C19 was a wake-up call, but it was here since 2015. You worried about C19. You 4 years late. And then we in 2025. 9 years late. Niggas is waking up to religion. Every day going live on here. Oh, religion is not. Thank you for finally addressing one truth. Can we discuss genetics? Can we talk about why these people actually, because your psyche is connected to your genome.
Facts.
Your genetics. There's a genetic explanation, and this nigga is not conducive to our planet. None of them are. Everybody that created all religions, all men, all 100 scholars, all Shakespeare, which is a corporation, created this shit to keep you from knowing who you are. You must be fucking powerful. And y'all niggas think that it's power in the system as long as there's a black face on it. I got news for you. We're not supposed to be moving based on no type of system. Yep. We move based off of universal law.
For real. We don't make we don't follow astrology and astronomy. We make it. You see what I'm saying? We literally are the stars that make astrology and astronomy. So
facts.
That's what I'm saying.
The government moves off of astrology. That's why you have Moon Day, Tuesday, these different days that are governed by certain planets. Thursday, I believe, is Jupiter. These are the days that you'll notice that there are higher levels of communication on certain days. They're pushing certain messages out on certain. Yes, they use sacred geometry and gematry and stuff because that's what the universe responds to.
Different days to energy harvest. How much energy they're gonna harvest based off the solar prominences that is coming off these planets.
Yeah, there is no person that is actually pulling strings. This nigga on the screen is answering to a nigga that's actually conducive to this planet. This nigga on the screen already knows his fate.
Yep, they're done.
They're done. They already know.
They're just playing out the movie.
All 13 of them families already know. They were created genetically to do this. So keep destroying yourself, breaking your necks, going to their ballots. Niggas talking about, so we must make calculated moves the next 4 years. These niggas are done this year. 2026, these niggas not gonna be here.
Facts.
That's a fact, y'all. The Asians are no longer producing with each other.
Sterile.
They're first. They come first. This is the reason why your Caucasian is called Caucasian. The Asian predates him.
They're going out. They're going in the order they came in.
They're done. That's what I want my
Asians
people to
done.
know. You
The
better.
Arabs done.
I'm telling my people, lock into your genetics. You know what I'm saying? We should be moving based off of universal law. The universe, the divine feminine is what's rising to herself again. All of our women need to be getting back into genetics. We're not supposed to be shedding our endometrium lining every single month. We're not supposed to be out 7, 9. Some women hemorrhage for months at a time. That is not supposed to be happening. That is because we have antigens that are surrounding our cells. We don't have any animal DNA. I'm going to have to do a segment on that because every one of my women need to understand that we're all Henrietta Lacks.
Facts.
All of our men need to understand you are all Simeon Tokos.
Yes.
We are all genetically the same no matter where we are on the planet. All this shit about the so-called African has Neanderthal. We don't have any animal DNA. They might have a different type of antigen than you because we've all been colonized different.
With
They're
a
all
different
different
group of-
amongst themselves, like you're getting
Exactly.
ready to say, incomplete dominant.
Exactly. Incomplete dominance. They have different animals, which means different diseases, which
Facts.
means that's how they're affecting different continents. If you see how these people started out, they said they were migration story. Everywhere they went, where there were so-called black people, they were raping and pillaging our people.
Facts.
And that's the thing. In these slave movies, they don't show you how much. What they only show you the whipping, but they don't show you how much they raped our women.
Facts. They don't show you. That's why they
show
don't
you
want to
that.
come clean about the breeding plantations for real.
Because
They don't want to talk about how they were graping our children as early as 3 hours old because they thought that they could feel a O.
Facts.
And these are the niggas that you vote for.
Yep. And
Like,
they
it's-
even wrote books about it, and letters about it, articles they're talking about when grape was legal. They
Facts.
legalized this shit.
Like,
Just
you could go
can
to-
you just like you can go to a
Facts.
gas station and get some chips. They went to different parts of the land and got so-called black women and raped them. This is what happened. And this is why they're hiding that from us, because of the antigens. We will start to figure out, oh, whoa, this is why did they do that so much? They're adding antigens in it. Why would they do that so much?
Facts.
You don't look like us. You don't see no organic species in nature doing that to each other. You see them all respecting their own species and procreating with their own species.
Facts.
It's just
If we're the same species, venereal diseases wouldn't occur. Hemolytic disease wouldn't take place. So I want everybody to know, if you are so-called black, man or woman, and you are procreating, having SMEX with the opposite species, no matter if they are YT, so-called Dravidian, so-called Mexican, so-called Asian, I don't care who they are, if they are not you, if they don't share the same genetic material as you, every time you have SMEX, hemolytic disease and red blood cell hemolysis is being evoked every single time.
and zoonotic disease.
And zoonotic
'Cause they
disease.
splice with animals. Remember that. You see what I'm
Facts.
saying? So they're
You're-
giving you these diseases.
You're adding antigens into your blood every single time you have one single session of SMEX every single time.
You see what I'm saying?
So just because there are no outward, you don't see anything happening on the outside of you, you don't understand what's happening on a cellular level and what we're doing just by consuming meat, eating the same meat that they're spliced with.
And they say, is that where STDs come
Absolutely.
from?
Come from the same animals.
They're spliced with zebrafish, right? They're spliced with zebrafish. And if you was to look up zebrafish and human DNA, it would tell you that zebrafish is where 98% of where venereal diseases come from in humans. And these people are spliced with that. So this is where they come from. They
from bestiality too.
What happened?
It comes from bestiality as well, and I want y'all to look because they are trying to make it legal again to be with your beast. It's called animal husbandry is what they call it.
Yeah, it's legal. I saw it. I don't know. I saw it a couple months ago. It was legal in 4 states. I don't know now. I don't know about now. They probably legalize it more. You see what I'm saying? The way they're just trying to make it an embarrassing environment to where so-called black people are living in, because this is an embarrassment for us that we're accepting.
I want to tell you about the babies, though. I heard you say something about the babies and them violating the babies, and I want you to know why they do it. Okay.
Go ahead, mother.
So we're listed as angelic beings, the Anglos, right? That's why they stick Anglo in front of all of their stuff to try to replace us, right? And that's why every time you see them, they got some wings on their back, but tell you 666, right? The mark of the beast, right? Because of your genetic makeup. They actually have us listed as bioweapons against them, by the way, right? So in the definition of it alone, it says that it is clean, it's unmessed with, just purity, that type of thing, right? So they figured the sooner they take the purity, not only A, could maybe they can get some of it, but B, they try to destroy us as soon as possible. So it makes sense that you said that they'll wait they'll even do a baby at 3 hours old, because they want to start as soon as possible to take your angelic being, your angelicness away from you and bring you down to that last root chakra, which is in by your sexual organs. They know exactly what they're doing, but that's why.
I wanted to say that the root chakra exists in all chakras. You see what I'm saying? And the root chakra is where babies come from, where the Big Bang happens, where the gestation period happens. So that's a beautiful.
They try to taint that, though, is what I'm saying. They try to make it be something other than what it was designed for.
Yeah.
Right, but it's a root chakra in all of our chakras, because it's chakras within our chakras. That's what he's saying. Just to further back you up, that it's full on cellular oppression everywhere in our body. It's not just to subjugate you to one part of your body. Although I do understand what you're talking about. It's just your lower self in all parts of your body. The lower chakra, the lower version, it's not just the sacral. It's the lower part of your heart chakra. The lower part of your brain,
which is your cerebellum.
Your cerebellum, your lower brain being bigger than your upper brain, which is how they're built. They're only built for survival because that's how their brain is structured. Abundance and gratitude for you, sis, for saying that. Thank you for that.
Abundance to you, man.
Abundance and gratitude to all of y'all. We got to do double time at this point, because we way behind the 8 ball. So they thought. But the ones that created us and Mother Earth is not going to let us fail, not going to let us lose. I don't care what kind of weaponry they think they got coming up with, going to Mars, going under the ground. None of that's going to work at this point. All of that is off the table, right? And the one that created us. Matter of fact, Simeon Toko, I want y'all to go look him up, because they kept unaliving him. They even had to put his body in a meat grinder in a plane and scatter him in the 4 corners of the earth, right? And he told them, I ain't gonna come back yet. Since y'all want this, I'm gonna let y'all have it for a while. But the ones that's coming after me will do greater things than this. So if Simeon Toko kept coming back in physical form over and over again after they kept unaliving him, what does that tell you?
Facts. They don't even let people talk about him. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Yep. And I wanted to say that you created us, mother. Is no one outside of us created us but you. You are the mother of our species. I
know, baby. And I appreciate you recognizing that and saying it. But what I'm going to tell you is even the mother has a mother, and that is Mother Earth. Okay? Thanks. So we have a mother, too, that we have to honor and do what she say, too. So
and
it ain't just
fragments. We are fragments of her, though.
Yeah,
that's
right.
the
We're
point
just
that he's making
of her.
We're fragments of her. Each of all of our wombs put together make this womb that we're in, because we are each fragments of the universe. We're the mother in the flesh all at once, though, in the physical. So there's nothing separate genetically from the earth and you.
Yep.
It's just you in another form. And on a molecular level.
Go see Flesh Pit National Park. We got the same DNA as that being in that ground got whenever you get through.
Flesh Pit, yeah, that was deep. Flesh Pit, yes.
and they are actually getting amniotic fluid from the flesh pit. They have 75 facilities where they're ready to produce what they say 30,000 each facility, hybrid beings that have go look it up. It's called Ectolife, Ectolife, and them folks is from India. And the man that they say came up with it, you can't find nothing on the internet about that dude. Nothing.
Abundance, brother. I actually, Sunrising, if you can accept that invite, only if you can. The brother was asking me about genetics one day and about how the mother's genetics rule, and I told him that I would do a video for him. But if he can come up, I can actually explain it to you now. If not, I just wanted to tell you verbally that the speciation is always determined by the mother because it's her genetics that rule. 333 on the likes, abundance and gratitude, y'all. And the thing is as if your mother is YT, the children is also YT because it's just the tail end of the sperm that actually fertilizes the egg. And she comes here with all of her eggs, and those eggs actually selected her as well. And on top of that, it's her womb that actually constructs and makes that child. And due to the mitochondria, DNA as well, or deoxyetheric acid, that makes that you are your mother's child. You see what I'm saying? Her chromosomes will rule 100% of the time. You see? So I was going to do a separate video about that. I still will, because our mothers of life need to understand that, and women around the planet need to understand that if you don't stem from if you aren't carrying the totipotum stem cell, you are not conducive to this planet. And that's the discussion that me and Fanny were just having about how we're fragments of the universe because we biologically identify with the planet. All of our wombs together make this one planet. But her womb, the universe doesn't recognize that womb or the sun as a YT or a so-called Mexican or a so-called Dravidian woman because they are here through introgression. So of course, these people have spirit, but they do not have soul. The soul is what connects you to this plane. So if you have a spirit, is that electrical field around you, is that conducive to the planet? Did that get here through Earth's evolution? You see what I'm saying? So it's always going to be, the speciation is determined by the mother. A lot of the times they will tell you it's the father, but that's not what genetics say. That's not even what geneticists are saying.
This is why they want to get rid of your woman. And men, I know it feel like y'all the target, and I get it. And we love y'all to life. But baby, the only reason they trying to lock y'all up and unalive y'all to get to us because we carry the God particle, the Eve gene, the mitochondrial DNA. And that's what they trying to get rid of and replace with artificial things.
Can I ask a question?
I just wanted to address, one second, y'all, because I was addressing Sunrising. I just wanted to see if he wanted to respond or had any questions, because that was for him. You can, you're on mute, Sunrising. Abundance.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, how y'all doing? Peace. Excuse me. So yeah, my mother is white, and that's crazy how I was, this chat, how we connected, because that was something that was kind of left open. So I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm hearing you, but I will say that what the universe has spoken to me within. I know you probably want to try to define that. I mean, how do I define it? It's words don't define it. It's vibration. It's within. And what do you want me to use this bastard language we speak to try to break that down? It's probably pretty much inexplicable.
This is not a bastard language, sir. This is, and I thought that too, so that's why I'm correcting you. This is actually an angelic language. English, anything with ISH is kind of like, but not really the original. So English was spelled with an I and not an E. And so you go look that up, it'll tell you it is it's the tongue of the angels. So we are speaking our native tongue.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
So let me finish my thought there.
Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
That's. I mean, I hear you, and I ain't gonna say you're wrong, but I would say that my experience in my connection with the creation around me would say different. That's what I
I
have
need
to
you to
say
know
about
that
that.
they
I
manipulated us.
understand.
They
Okay, just
manipulated.
give me 1 second, y'all. Just give me 1 second, because this is not our native tongue. None of these languages create audible friction. This language actually destroys our frontal lobe just by speaking it.
All languages.
The universe only speaks frequency. And before language, it was only telepathy. So
Yeah.
language is not conducive to this planet or us. These languages literally spellcast, and they keep us in the lower parts of our brain, which is what we're talking about, the sacral, the heart chakra, all of these different, you see what I'm saying? Chakras. It keeps us in the lower versions of that. And it also shrinks our vibration by speaking it. So
We only speak through neutrino beams, electrical impulses. You see what I'm saying? That's the only way we speak. We don't speak through anything else. We speak through wavelengths.
I have crossed over, and that's how I communicated with my grandfather was telepathy, because I was like, I hear his voice, but I don't see his lips moving. We got to get back to that. And the closer we get to cleaning ourselves out with the food, with the this, with the that, the closer we'll get to that, because there's certain people that I'm connected to that we can communicate like that. It's not like we can have a conversation, but I can think about them, and within minutes they're calling my phone or texting me, or, and I'm just telling you, we can still do it. Just tap into it. Tap into yourself.
no, it's nothing that you have to tap into. You're doing it. It's just telepathy. It's just not speaking. That's it. It's speaking through and understanding energy around you and manipulating it. You alchemize everything. Every thought that you have is telepathy.
And everybody
So it's
can't
just
do it.
understanding. Everybody can think, but everybody can think. So everybody is indeed practicing telepathy. They just aren't aware of it because they are also told to speak.
Can I ask a question?
You gotta do it with the children, because everybody talking about ancestors. They're the latest extent. They the ancestors. You see
The
what I'm saying?
oldest souls.
They're the oldest ones here. That's why they are more in tune with the planet and nature, and they have to get indoctrinated into the system.
That
You
is
know what I'm
correct,
saying?
because a baby will even crawl and turn the right way to speak the right direction on their own. I tell people all the time, I can learn more from a newborn baby than I can from a scholar just looking at them.
All right, sister, just let him finish, and we're off track because I'm trying to talk about something else. But go ahead.
It's good.
Yeah.
Y'all got
Okay.
it.
So I was just trying to talk about sun rising on the screen here. I just have one example of a source here where it talks about the mitochondria and how the mitochondria also rules. It's your mother that actually constructs you in her womb. She's the carrier of the egg, and the totipotum stem cell is the immortal cell, which the only woman on the planet that has that is the so-called black woman. Every woman outside of her is here. Everybody else outside of her is here through introgression, which is electrical fusion. So these people have spirits, but they do not have souls. In order to have soul, like science, quantum science will explain spirituality. What we consider soul in the physical would be the neuromelanin. So I'm just going to show you that there are 5 different types of melanin. Let me put that on the screen for you, because that neuromelanin is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. So that is the literal soul, SOL, in the flesh. Eumelanin and pheomelanin are both animal melanin. Your eumelanin is your typical Dravidian. So when we talk about, oh, these people are brown or people of color, I don't classify people of color as being neuromelanated beings, because there are 5 different types of melanin. You see what I'm saying? And your eumelanated being, that eumelanin will turn into pheomelanin, which they're both animal melanin. Neuromelanin, again, is the only, again, like I said, molecule that is condensed sunlight and is condenses sunlight. Allomelanin is referring to plants. All different organisms have different types of melanin. So if we were the same organism, we would have the same type of melanin. And that's what would phenotypically express, because we're just talking about gene expression when we're talking about phenotype. But I just wanted to clarify that for you. I'm still going to do a video, but did you have any questions?
I got one question. What happens with the women that they have removed?
I was asking
over there?
Sunrising.
Oh.
I just was asking Sunrising because we've talked outside of this live, and this was for him, this explanation. And then I promise I'll get back to you, Rest. But if he doesn't come off mute, then I'm going to move Summarizing? Go ahead, mother. Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah, go
What
ahead.
happens to women who they have removed their reproductive organs?
What are you referring to?
As far as your
Can I finish up because I'm at work and I need to make this
Yeah,
statement.
go
before I
ahead. Go
head back.
ahead. Go ahead.
I appreciate your knowledge, and I'm not even going to sit here and say that because I have no understanding of anything that you just said. So I would have to begin to try to, study and, absorb, and that information to understand. So I can't really comment on that. But I will say that the sun Ra is beaming on my face as we stand, and it's powerful. As I stand here, it's very powerful. I know that this interaction and this connection that we made, sister, is just wasn't by circumstance or chance, not in this universe. And that I would say, never underestimate the creation, because when these people, I do concrete for a living. That's what I'm doing right here, right now, at a church of all places. You know what I'm saying? And I when we see the concrete freshly laid in this matrix, but then you see a blade of grass popping up through it. That's what I have to say. Never underestimate the creation, because it will evolve. We will evolve. So I totally accept. I mean, I ain't trying to knock your science in no way, because I can't. Like I said, I can't.
No, but
say
everything in
that you know or
science.
don't know.
Yeah, but everything in science, when we're looking at nature, is not natural. Just because there are trees sprouting through the concrete doesn't mean that grass is actually.
And what do you want me to? What do you want me to
planet.
take away from what
So,
you said? You
I'm
want me
just-
to go around like I don't have a soul?
I
mean, how,
what I'm explaining to you is that just because you were here does not mean that you are conducive. The creation, yes, there is a creation, but there are two types of creators. We don't come from the same creator. You don't stem from the totipotum stem cell being produced by a eukaryotic woman. This is a prokaryotic planet. So if you are not conducive to this planet, how could you come from it if you don't come from her? That's all I'm explaining. You asked me a question, I gave you the rundown, but you're saying that you have to do further research, and I respect that. I did my research for the last 6 to 7 years, but I'm just letting you know that scientists have no explanation for the eukaryotic cell, but they will say all day long that so-called black people came from Earth's evolution. So the creation you're talking about comes from the creator. And who is the real and only true creator of life according to genetics, science, the universe, the cosmos, and the planet? Every planet turns into a star. So when we're talking about what things are composed of on a molecular level, me being so-called black, I'm hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, helium, and carbon. You came from a sulfur and an ammonia-based woman. You see what I'm saying? We don't have the same creator. We're not the same creation. So you have to understand the function of the cells, the function of organisms, to understand what's conducive and what's not. And I think you'll embark your journey with the research if you choose to do it. That's all I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? But abundance and gratitude to you. Res Mayat, you had a question?
Yes. What happens to all of the women whose reproductive organs have been removed?
As far as what?
Like they've removed their ovaries, uterus. There's a lot of women who've had hysterectomies and everything.
What are you referring to as far as what?
As far as genetics, the great
She's
mother.
talking about the
everything.
mitochondrial, I think.
Right.
That doesn't change your genetics, though. They are still the totipotum stem cell carriers. Those organs and ovaries can come back.
Oh yeah, you over my head.
We're
now.
talking about parthenogenesis.
You just jumped over my head. So
Yeah.
Well, think about
There's
this.
nothing that. Okay.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know that some women have had
Sisters, you gotta talk one at a time. How are we all gonna exchange energy and hear each other out and have love for each other and respect for each other when we can't even hear what we're saying? You see what I'm saying?
And I'm not trying to overtalk anybody. I'm just trying to stick my little stuff in there so we can make a whole picture.
Go
That's all.
ahead. Yeah.
I'm just one of the people that have been fixed or whatever, had a not a hysterectomy, but a tubal ligation. I know 4 people that had their tubes tied, and years later, those tubes grew apart, came apart, and they ended up having children. So she's absolutely correct. Look in that area, maybe that'll help you get your answers.
And okay, I wanted to say that like my brother's, the totiponum stem cell can become any cell in the body, and it can create any organ in the body, and it can create a whole organism at that. It has the potential to do all things, and all so-called black women have that. They cannot remove that out of you. That's literally your life. You see what I'm saying? They cannot remove that. We have that. So I just wanted to say that they cannot. They're just taking that to power up this false system, though. That's what they're doing. It generates this system. It artificially generates the system. The computers, all of this is just a copy of the liquid computer that we have in our body called neuromelanin, which is the real computer. You see what I'm saying? Everything that they made in the system was just off the energy that we made in life. You see what I'm saying? All organic life was made by us. The dragonflies, all of this was made by us. We grafted these and we made these animals to naturally work in unison with the planet. And dragonfly, and I forgot what I was going to say with the dragonfly.
Because it's to make it in harmony. I was just gonna say that there are turtles, or I don't know if you're gonna talk about the dragonflies being here longer than being one of the longest insects here.
Oh no, I was gonna say that they basically use nature to create like what's it called? Dragonflies. They made it a helicopter off of dragonflies.
Damn, you fucking fried as fuck. We say that shit every day, bro. You couldn't get that out.
I couldn't speak out my phone,
They created the helicopter off of the dragonfly.
That's all I was trying to say. I forgot.
Fuck, this nigga was fighting for his life. But Abundance ain't got him for that because he not lying. You see what I'm saying? They copied everything. Scaffolding. I can even show you a picture of scaffolding. That's what we do on a quantum level. You see what I'm saying? I can break down the entire Big Bang Theory to y'all right now. I have all the sources. My hands are occupied right now, but we can get into that. You know what I'm saying? Big Bang Theory takes place in the so-called gestation period. You see what I'm saying? Of a so-called black woman. So it's not a theory at all, you know? So, Base, go ahead.
Same way stars.
For sure.
Right now, sis, babe.
You're speaking facts right now. And I also want to add into the guy that was here earlier, speaking about raw, the energy. So, raw men, right? So raw means like sun, energy. Men means fertility. So, I realized this when I was eating ramen noodles, that it was giving me power, and I think that our people laid our ramen into that power. So look at. So what I was gonna explain to y'all about the Big Bang Theory, we can just get into that right now. Ether got the book too, and I also have screenshots of this to break it down. It's just 7 steps. You see what I'm saying? It's real easy to understand this. So I'm gonna start with. Let's see. I'm not even finna give energy to that shit. Like, you came up here to disrupt the frequency with your lame ass. Like, we don't. You see what I'm saying? Exactly so 7 steps. You see what I'm saying? 7 steps. First step, they break down cosmological singularity, the germ of the universe. You see what I'm saying? The cosmological singularity, germ or genome of the universe. Hypothetical electromagnetic. This singularity marks the starting point of the universe's expansion. So they've pinpointed how the universe can expand through its genome. But somehow or another, when we look at our genome, it's composed of the same genetic material as us. You see what I'm saying? And give me a second, y'all, because I have to scroll all the way back. I did a whole live about this like last year, like middle last year. So it's towards the top. But this right here, the second step that they've talked about, like, I don't even know why TikToker comes here, bro. Like, get your lame ass out of here. Why do y'all find us on every live and shit? Weirdos. Neither one of these niggas have been able to state a fact for the last 12 months. Be for real. You see what I'm saying? Dark energy, the spatial environment. The universe enters a stage dominated by dark energy. This stage is described as a chaotic web point, sources of electrical charges and magnetic lines forces.
Unlike familiar electric and magnetic phenomenon, this dark energy environment is a unique spatial construct that drives the universe's accelerated expansion. And when we're talking about dark matter energy, black body radiation, you see what I'm saying? Who is the only being that actually can biosynthesize the radiation, cosmic radiation? So I'm saying dark energy, the spatial environment, we're talking about how stars are born. We're also composed of the same thing that stars are composed of on a molecular level.
Facts. Hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. It's the
See
same
what I'm
thing.
saying? Same thing. And these people are sulfur and ammonia-based beings. Go ahead, Fanny.
That's our DNA.
Okay, so you were saying about the shoot. See, that's why I'm old. I can't remember. You were saying it went with what you was just saying about the cellular stuff. But a minute ago,
Gestation period?
Huh?
Are you talking about the gestation period?
No, not the gestation.
Talking about genome cells. Gene meaning the beginning.
Yeah,
Genesis. Right?
Oh, at one point, before we did the whole break off the X chromosome thingy, we were able to reproduce asexually through producing spermatozoa in our bone marrow, is my overstanding. Do you know anything about that?
Parthenogenesis.
Selenium and zinc is what you were pulling out of your bone marrow, mother. That's what y'all was doing. Selenium and zinc, and then y'all were activating your Bartholin glands, and then self-impregnating yourself to produce a child.
Those I say Bartholin, and I can't even say it.
Bartholin.
Bartholin. It's BARTHOLIN. Yeah, I can't really say it, but that gland is just a part of the dormant DNA that we be talking about.
So is that the ghost DNA they keep talking about?
Facts.
Yeah,
that's what the coronal mass ejections, right? Dark matter energy, right? Cosmic energy has been ground level on the planet since 2015. That's it. That's all I'm trying to tell my people. Like, our dormant DEA has been unlocked for the last 10 years and everybody is stuck on C19. You see what I'm saying? Who we are on a quantum level.
Destroyed and it still didn't work.
And it's never going to work because all they can do is manipulate what's here. That's it. They can't do anything because they are not creators.
Yep.
They can use us to spark life.
Yep. They
right?
use us to make the reality that they want.
Yeah.
And we're allowing it.
And we're allowing it.
That's what it is.
Right. So then when we look at the third out of the fourth, out of the 7 stages of the Big Bang Theory, they said that the third would be recognizing of dark matter. It says the ether. The third stage involves the formation of dark matter conceptualized as 3-dimensional web of negatively and positively charged magnetic poles. So that sounds like protons and electrons. This ether provides the necessary gravitational scaffolding for the formation of galaxies and large-scale structures of the universe. So this is what they're talking about. When they're talking about scaffolding, I'm going to show you how they scaffold. This is what we do on a quantum level. All right. The Big Bang Theory is what we do on a quantum level, and you can look at yourself on a quantum level and you can see this. But I'm finna show y'all what scaffolding is and how they just casually just using shit. This is scaffolding.
This is how they build their buildings today. And this is how so-called black men and black women, protons and electrons, construct the universe on a quantum level. So they just took that and just made an artificial version of it. Y'all see? What are we talking about now?
So again, they don't create anything. They look at what we do because that's the reason why we are being studied. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why they are taking our women and our children to experiment on them, because this is what sparks all life. So regular shit that's just outside, they've built based off of what our cell or what we do when we're forming. Like when you say, who are you before you're the body? This is explaining how dark matter energy comes together with gravitational force and creates a star. And if we're talking about we're soul and Solani, the word, that soul don't have a U in it. It's just SOL. It's just solar. We're solar beings. So when you're talking about who are you on a quantum or on an etheric level, quantum science is the only branches of science that can explain to you who you are and what this planet is, what the stars are, down to its subatomic and atomic structure.
Yep.
And it's not hard to understand at all.
And when you know who you are, nobody can tell you who you are.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? And now we got to these people. All they're doing is wearing uniforms. Just animals wearing uniforms. The police department. That's just animals wearing uniforms. You just got to start this is not their planet. We got to start just letting them know you're not natural to the planet. You're going back to the Dark Ages. This is what we got to start stepping on as a species.
Hey, I remember my thing right quick. Bitumen, Bituman. Okay, so they were taking literally our mummy corpses and they were using it as medicine and all kind of stuff. It's called apocryphy. Basically, they would the black that they can't stand us for. It's even here when we are gone, and we still give life as mummies. I need y'all to understand who you are. It's the black, tarry, sticky stuff that's left after you are cremated, after all of that. These people are going and literally digging up our folks and using them, and they will eat the flesh as well as what's left after the decaying process to try to become godlike. Just telling you, bitumen, look it up.
Facts. The fourth stage is the physical universe, photon gratings, and celestial bodies. If you go to my YouTube right now, the link is in my bio. You can actually see a video of photons and what they look like up close.
Yep.
It looks like what you would go on like when people mushrooms is the same thing as what photons look like up close.
A quantum loop. This is where they got roller coasters from. You see what I'm saying? Keeps going. It's just a forever world. You see what I'm saying? There's always life wherever you step, because that's wherever we're at, and we're made up of photons.
Right. So after scaffolding, right, the fourth stage is the emergence of the physical universe as we observe it. Etheric level is where we're able to really observe it. Is basically what it's saying. This includes the four received light. This is what created the universe, is photons. And then I'm gonna go to the next. We're almost done because this is the fourth one and we just have 3 more. And this is based off how they're observing and measuring you. You see what I'm saying? So 1 second here. Let's see. Right here. So then it continues to say includes the formation of photon grade black holes, stars, and galaxies. It is during this stage that the universe becomes observable and measurable with the structuring of matter into recognizable celestial bodies and systems. So when it comes, they're able to observe you
and measure you
at the 4th out of the 7 stages of so-called Big Bang theory. But how is it a theory if you can observe it and you can measure it in its 4th stage and it's not even in its complete stage yet? How the fuck is it a theory? And this is what's happening in the so-called gestation period of a black woman.
And they're not telling you the full truth because they can't splice into our cells.
Fact, so they don't even know.
They don't even know. So that's why when they tell you these things, you got to really know who's observing and measuring. When you're in when you're reading these history books, who's observing and measuring?
Facts.
They've been doing that down to our genetics.
So with structuring of matter into recognizable celestial bodies. And in the 5th stage here, it says intellectual universe, the continuum of consciousness. In the 5th stage, the universe evolves into a psychic or intellectual continuum, manifesting a single consciousness or mind. Okay. So you're telling me that there is no explanation of the soul, that there's no scientific explanation of consciousness? Because this is what they're saying. This stage represents the emergence of self-awareness and intellectual capacity. So the universe, do you think that is stars? Niggas don't want to talk about the cosmos. The cosmos is nothing but intelligence, consciousness. So how are we not studying the cosmos when the cosmos is us on a quantum level, micro to macrocosm, to another macrocosm? Because the universe is ever expanding and there's no end to it. Quantum Immortal cells. You see what I'm saying? So again, Then it talks about this stage represents the emergence of self-awareness and intellectual capacity, which is physically represented as the ego or I. Oh, could this be talking about the all-knowing I? Could we be talking about I am that I am? So a lot of people say all these spiritual, things, but don't really know that this is a representation of the literal cosmos. So
the same way that neuromelanin is present in the so-called black woman
before
it goes into
right.
And the sun is also a star. Don't forget. A lot of people tend to forget that.
Nobody. Yeah, we as the only star, and all planets turn into stars, so Earth will go back into its star form, just like we will go back into our star form. It says the sixth stage involves the development of an intuitive, holistic perception of the universe. This stage is characterized by a deeper understanding of the universe's single essence, transcending the limitations of the human mind. It suggests a future where humanity foresee potential developments in a civilization. So, and then I'm just going to go to the last, you know what I'm saying? Because they be throwing in the truth and the lie. You got to know
what
we're talking about.
Facts. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say that's why I highlighted that who's observing and time.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
That's why Hollywood was invented. Brother, when she get finished, I want you to slide this over because I just looked this up about bitumen and it's worse than what I thought. But good in a good way for us, I guess. I don't know.
Facts. The formation of the new germ, ensuring the life cycle. The final stage is the formation of the new germ or genome. Ensuring the subsequent life cycle of the universe, this stage implies a cyclical nature of the universe where the end of one cycle leads to the beginning of another. There is no unaliving. You see what I'm saying? On a quantum level, there is no way you can be unalived. So why do we fear unaliving? Because we don't understand who we are. You see what I'm saying? Yep. Where the end of one cycle leads to the beginning of another, perpetuating the existence and evolution of the cosmos. So the cosmos is ever expanding. You see what I'm saying?
We just keep coming back. That's what we say. Our children are the latest ones that came from the cosmos. We have to guide so they can lead our species because they're gonna be next. They're the future. Facts. So we got to make sure we're spreading the right knowledge, light, information to them.
Facts. And then in the conclusion, and then I'll land my plane after this, but in the conclusion, it says the Big Bang Theory, through its 7 stages, provides a detailed framework. You got to look into frameworks, y'all. Provides a detailed framework for the understanding the universe's origin, structure, and evolution. From the initial singularity to the formation of the new germ, each stage represents a critical phase in the cosmic journey supported by both theoretical constructs and observational evidence. So, like we said earlier, of course, it's all theory. They have to mix theory, what they think, which is the lie, which is what people believe. The word lie is in the word believe. So because they cannot splice into our cells, because it's coded in UV light, they can only theorize. But from the 4th stage of what is observable and measurable, this is what we're able to collect. And that's what the Big Bang Theory is saying. It says the comprehensive model continues to evolve, offering profound insights into the nature of our universe. You see what I'm saying? So again, universal law, truth and lie. All right. So that's what we're talking about. Go ahead, Fanny, and then we'll get to the next guest.
Yes, slide me over there because I just want y'all to pay attention specifically to the bottom part because I was telling y'all about the bitumen and where it came from, but I want y'all to see for yourself why they use it and why they do it.
If it's not, okay, go ahead.
Okay, bitumen is a sticky black substance that has been used for thousands of years as a binding agent, adhesive, caulk, and waterproof agent. It was used by the ancient Mesopotamians, Egyptians, and Indians to seal boats and baskets, and was also used in the construction of Noah's Ark and whatever that is. All this is saying to you is, you see, they know about it in Sanskrit. They know about it in Greek. It is a binding agent. Without our bitumen, nobody else gets to exist in this realm. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. We're the binding agent that binds y'all together in order to even be a being. Without this scaffolding that she showed, this is the scaffolding that she was showing you. The building blocks of life. That's all.
I'm not really sure how it relates to scaffolding. I'm actually not really sure.
It's the
'Cause we're
building
not
blocks of life,
really-
Jeanette. I'm talking about like on a cellular level. This you were
Are
showing
you
the
talking about
scaffolding. That's
the
how we're
black
built.
goo as far as like, are you referring to the Kundalini?
No,
Like,
no,
are you
no.
talking about?
Okay. Remember I was telling you about the bitumen and how they took the mummy dust and used it as medicine, this, that, and the third, and why? Well, the reason why is because it's a binding agent as well. So without the bitumen, they can't be. Without us, there's no them, is what I'm trying to say. That's the scalp building blocks of.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Yeah, I when she was talking about the black substance, I'm like, is she talking about neuromelanin? Yeah, that's neuromelanin, and that's the totipotum stem cell. That's everything. Yeah, that's everything we've been talking about. Abundance and gratitude for that.
They don't come from us.
I didn't know what she was going at first. They don't come from us. Facts.
Yeah,
They don't come from us.
No, they don't come from us, but
Yeah.
I'm saying we're the binding agent. You can't, like, think about it. If you are making something, if you don't add that binding agent, it's not going to turn into what you're trying to make.
Facts.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Now.
we didn't understand at first. I got you now. Abundance and
All right.
gratitude. Yeah, the neuromelanin, y'all, the totipotum stem cell carrier. You see what I'm saying? It all goes back, and she's just showing an example. But your so-called BOMBSs are ran off of us as well. Your cars are ran off of us as well. You see what I'm saying? Your GUNUSs are ran off of us as well. Simple little machines you would never think, if you understand how they were created, who the inventors, so-called inventors, actually were, what they did in their see, I go neuromelanin, and they just told you this is what we're able to measure. Actual genetic material, but we do know that neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, and that's what surrounds our cells. But abundance and
It just fell
okay,
with the
I need
thing. When you start
everybody
breaking it
to
down,
do F1 because we can't say that word in
I'm
here.
sorry.
That's why I was
Yeah. That and see what it do when it hit that water and know that that's us.
facts.
Love y'all to life, and I'll be back through here.
Abundance, gratitude, sister.
Abundance, mother. The frequency.
Go ahead, user, or who was up here, Caroline or user? User look like he finna drop down as soon as I don't know. Can you come off mute, user? We seen you talking a lot of shit in the comment. So you see what I'm saying? What are you so eager to say? Can you figure out the mute button? This is your eukaryotic cell. Go ahead, Caroline, Gardner. Can either of y'all come off mute?
Hey,
Caroline. All right, go ahead, Ankh.
hey, check this out. I want to say this. Look, man, they done already see the hand. See the thing that they so-called created, done turned around and bit their hand. They or the wood wolves or the wild man saying, we know that the BLKs are extraterrestrials. We know that they are They are everything. We got them on camera saying trying to buy the DNA for $50 from the sisters at the table. I don't know if y'all seen that video. I got the video. I posted the video. They wanna ride. They wanna ride until where we going, but they can't ride. They can't get on this bus. You know that people get ready. There's a train coming. They can't get on that train. They can't go where we going. So it's already out there who we are. They don't put it on video. They know. They just know a lot of us don't know because we programmed. We programmed with the religion. We programmed through the school systems. We programmed through just the sellouts that's among us that get their 30 pieces of silver just to sell their people out. So they know, but they don't put it out there through the internet who we are. They know who we are. And and I just wanted to ask this too. What can I find y'all on IG? Because when I go look it up on the Skywatcher, it's not coming up. Because I'm already following you on YouTube.
Yeah, because it's not that. It's like it's diviner of stars. But if you go to my TikTok bio, my Instagram link and my YouTube link is in there. So if you click the Instagram link, it should take you to there. But it's like diviner _ stars or something like that. Hell, I just made it. I don't even know. So
Okay. And just like the little sister said, they be eating us and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? They like to make Slurpees and all that kind of stuff off of what we make naturally. They like to make little knickknacks and snacks and call it that chrome, baby. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. They like that. But they don't want you to know about when they threw our little ones to the alligators. They don't want you to know about when they took the sister and tied her to one end of the horse and the other end of the horse and just hit the horse and split her and the baby fall. They don't want you to know about none of that because when you start knowing about that, now you can't send your baby to they programming schools with a clean conscience. You can't just do that no more. And you be like, how am I get out of this? How are we living in a world where if I buy the house, or you can say, oh, I'm going to up the taxes just to take this house after I done bought the house. I can't never have a house. That's why the son finna cook them. That's why the son finna cook it, because we're going to be, I don't even think it's going to be so unfathomable. It's going to be something that we never seen before, but it's coming. I know it's coming. I'm walking in the store. Why you coughing every time I walk in the store? Why you coughing every time I walk by you? Why you doing it? I don't stink.
But it's because they
You know what I'm
don't.
saying?
Facts. They'll never be able to explain that your electromagnetic frequency is you are the sun in the flesh. That's what neuromelanin is, and that's what your integumentary system is made of, and you exude that through your aura. So they might not be able to understand because again, their integumentary system is different. So imagine what UVC radiation is doing to them in the last 10 years. You see what I'm saying? And this is the reason why you're seeing what's happening on the planet, because this is radiation that is the cause of this. It's the rise of the divine feminine and the sun enforcing universal law.
Yep,
You see what I'm saying?
That's why they're undergoing acute body radiation. You see what I'm saying? And this is why you see them coughing all the time, sick all the time. It's because we're living next to these people, and they're getting affected by us, like how they're affected by the sun, and they're really cooking inside. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, it's acute body radiation. So us living together is completely a no-no. But go ahead.
Indeed. I mean, literally, brother, when I'm in the store and I walk by these people, they cough like the breath being taken out of them. It ain't just me. I don't know if any other of our people experiencing that, but I can see it. I can see it coming. I can see it. So it's like, but what I also see is when they go, we got to deal with the programming that they done put on the people.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying?
the people that are, you're right, but I want you to understand, brother, that everything that's happening is for us to go back to nature.
Facts.
Whoever and whatever that does not match Earth's natural frequency and is not matching the frequency will go. This is why I be telling my people, put the meat down, because there's no way you can raise your consciousness by feeding on them or feeding on unalive flesh or nothing that has life. You're not feeding your neuromelanin, so then how could you be ascending when your physical body is connected to your etheric body?
Exactly. The only thing our people need to follow is what their cells follow, the genetic material, the sun. You see what I'm saying? Our cells, what our genetics says. You see what I'm saying? That's what we need to follow. And once people realize that all life on the planet, all they do to see the next sunrise is follow their genetics, and that's all we have to do, then that's it. You see what I'm saying? We don't have to do no master big shit. We just got to know ourselves. That's it. And love ourselves so we could love each other as a species, to teach each other as a species, and to heal each other as a species. And that's it.
Facts. So make sure I'm telling you, every time you eat meat, first of all, you got to understand your anatomy. There is no palate. Your palate is not, there is no meat palate. There's a palate for umami, but that does not constitute to meat. You see what I'm saying? Your anatomy is not built to consume meat. You see what I'm saying? So when you eat meat, processed food, things that are not according to your genetic makeup, you're feeding antigens and parasites. And somebody was talking earlier about something, and I was going to mention molecular gastronomy. I think it was the sister that was sharing the source about sharing something about how they use our neuromelanin, and they're doing that for everything. They use molecular gastronomy even for cosmetic products, everything. You see what I'm saying? And the word translates to stomach astronomy. That's what molecular gastronomy or gastronomy means. So your lower brain, and I always say this, or your brain itself, your stomach is really considered your lower brain, because it's connected. Your stomach and your brain is connected to each other by the vagus nerve. So not only do we have, upper and lower lobes, but then we also have our lower part of ourself. You see what I'm saying? Different chakras, chakras within the chakras. So it affects us on all levels when we don't understand who we are and how to feed our bodies properly, etherically and physically. Those parasites and antigens that we keep feeding, see, there are no such thing as blood types. You know what I'm saying? Black people rave about having O positive blood, but so do zooborn chimps. You see what I'm saying? It's just for they're just telling you the type and the amount of antigens you actually have based off of a type A, B, O positive. That's just describing the type of animal foreign substances that are surrounding your cells. That's it. Black people don't have animal DNA. They do. You see what I'm saying? And this is why all diseases come from the same animals that they splice with. They create the disease. You're going to see diseases amp up. And if you're not eating according to your genetic makeup, it's going to be really hard for you to fight it off now. Right. Because it's a different radiation. It's a different frequency. It's not the same as it was 10 years ago. You see what I'm saying? So
you can feel it too. You can feel the different frequency. It's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's an inside out frequency. It ain't. It's a heat from the inside out, and you can feel that.
Acute body radiation. Exactly, brother. Exactly. And they're feeling it on a complete. If you feel it, imagine what they're feeling.
That's what
you
I'm
actually
saying.
conducive to this planet. It's
If I
cooking
can feel
them
this,
from the inside out. Yeah.
I had a video back in 2012 because I was studying this. That's when I really got on the path of studying thyself. You know what I'm saying? But I had a video of a Woodrow. He was like, I was out gardening, and he said the sun. He said it turned me. Usually he get a little tan. He was saying. He said, but it turned me quicker this time. And he said it's hotter. He said it's hotter out here. But he said that they could go to the pharmacy, and they got a special shot that they can take. I got that on video.
Yeah.
I was like, they got a shot for y'all. And then they came up with the C19. You know what I'm saying? I already knew. I said that's about our crown. About our crown. Our crown. They can see it.
Corona.
They can see it. They can see it. They can see our aura. They can see it. So
They have a completely different field of vision than us. They actually can't see it.
You don't think
This is
so?
why. This is the reason why when white people, when they bump y'all and they're like, "Oh, I didn't see you there," excuse, they really didn't. They have a completely different field of vision than us. That shit is. I'm telling you,
They
everything
be
that you're
driving.
seeing on a phenotypical level, behavior is a part of phenotype. You see what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, behavior is a part of phenotype. So what you're seeing on a phenotypical level, there's a genetic explanation for everything.
Now, y'all,
And
you remember, sister, the CDC when they had the zombie apocalypse on their site.
I do. I have it screenshotted. I remember the day I seen it.
Now that's what when you talking about they finna crash out.
Yeah.
That's that apocalypse.
That's
That's
that
that
apply. That's that
apocalypse.
eukaryotic cell being removed, that nucleus breaking down. That's what UVC radiation does to them. And I was also going to mention where a lot of the things that we discuss in here was predicted in the 80s. You see what I'm saying? Like 1981, you could see newspaper articles about COVID-19 in 2020. F1 in the chat. My bad, y'all. I don't know if that's a flagger or what, but you can see sources from 1981 where they're talking about C19 in 2020. You see what I'm saying? And Delbert Blair himself, Dr. Delbert Blair, neuromelanated man, talked about this whole thing from wearing the mask to UVC radiation to the blackout, all of it. One man.
Was on it.
Yeah, one man. One
On
man.
it.
And he wasn't the only one, but I'm just saying one man by himself, every lecture. You see what I'm saying? I
You shut
love
all
Dr.
the
Delbert
elders.
Blair. You know what I'm saying? Like the way he
All the
talks and
elders.
how he
Yes.
presented himself and the information and the way that he presented it. Hats off to the fellow son. Like everything that we see now was predicted by Layla Africa in the 80s, Delbert Blair 80s. It's 2025 and niggas is having a hard time talking about the cosmos. Talking about neuromelanin. You see what I'm saying? Ether, did you have something you wanted to add, brother?
But I
I did want to add something from one of the books that I was reading that went with how you said the Big Bang Theory happens within the black woman.
Thanks.
Hold on. My book is kind of messed up because I left it in the sun and it kind of broke apart, but you can still read it though. Hold up.
Abundance. Okay.
Yeah, these people not natural, man. How we gonna let somebody that's not even natural to the planet tell another nigga that he not natural too? The problem is both of them is not natural. So why aren't there any more BLK people talking about how we're genetically tied to this land? That's why I keep saying the entire world is going to be having a force to talk about what genetically ties you to the land. I don't want to talk about man-made documents and man-made tribal names and man-made titles because the universe doesn't understand that. The land that we're talking about doesn't know that. So you see what I'm saying? But we'll wait for Ether. No, I can't see you on the cam. Let me see. I sent you an invite for that though.
All right. So this is in the book Why Darkness Matters. It's a neuromelanin book. And when she was saying that this all goes with the micro macro, like the cosmos is just a giant black woman. That's all it is. And everything that happens within your body is literally happening without the cosmos. Like she said, like everything is connected. And right here, it says that within these three regions, melanin plays its first key role in maintaining life. In the midst of embryological darkness, an explosion, aka the Big Bang, that's what it says right there, will occur that would transform the tiny mass of cells into a complex human being, even though we're not human beings. But this happens when the black woman is creating a child within her womb. And it's just how the cosmos does it. It's the same exact shit. But
Abundance and gratitude, my brother.
abundance, brother. Abundance, brother.
That was one of the facts.
Yeah,
I
and
would
we
advise people to get that book too. It's called Why Darkness Matters. The Power. It was made by 4 neuroscientists, so-called black people.
let me see if I can turn my camera on and show y'all. Let me see. Let me shrink you, and then let me see if I can turn on.
They tell you a lot about melanin, and they tell you specifically in that book that neuromelanin is the biochemical substance that our ancestors called the soul.
Exactly. Also, with they try to say that neuromelanin, everybody has neuromelanin. That's complete cap, because when you read that book, it says that the amount of neuromelanin a person has is directly determined by genetics. So that was all lies when they said that all humans and even primates have neuromelanin. That's cap.
That's why they tell you the truth and the lie.
Bro, I can't. How do I turn on my camera? I always forget how to
Facts,
do
EJ.
that. Like, I be forgetting, bro. How do I turn on my camera?
It is.
You don't even know how to do
I just
it.
did it. Go ahead.
I said camera. I'm not trying to. Y'all just gonna have to trust me and go to Instagram, y'all, because I can't figure it out and neither can he.
Hold on.
There, is it that?
Damn, wait, hold on. Where that? Hold on, y'all.
They're highlighted. You see what I'm saying? They're highlighted on my Instagram. Why Darkness Matters. It's a red and black book. Yeah, you don't even know. Look. No. No, it's not. That shit. Oh.
Yeah.
Look, y'all. This is the book. Why Darkness Matter. And this is written by 4 neuromelanated neuroscientists. So I'm saying, also you can go on YouTube and you can watch the interview and the studies that Edward Bruce Bynum has done. You see what I'm saying? And Dr. Richard King.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Let me show y'all the rest. Hold on.
They also talk about the Big Bang. They also talk about that. The last one, the last part of it, divided in segments.
You see what I'm saying? This one right here, melanin, what makes BLK people BLK. They always flag me whenever I type this. So this is the book, y'all. This is only like 60 pages. You see what I'm saying? These books are not long. And for those who don't really like to read, I'm going to show you a series that's really good. I show this all the time, the Divine Carbon series right here, written by Tori and April Azam-Ra. And this first book has like 47 pages. These are the authors right here. They're neuromelanated. And first page, who are we? You see what I'm saying? Right there, who are we? They tell us that we're black, but it goes in and it talks about, above all, we are neuromelanated, carbonated, etheric beings. But it can actually break down the soul. You see what I'm saying? It talks about the coronal mass ejections. So biosynthesization, which only we can do. You see what I'm saying? Very easy to understand, and the book is only $20. See what I'm saying? The Power of Sound talks about the Schumann resonance. This is the book that I was talking about. 7.83, I stand corrected, to 8 hertz. Natural frequency is 555, but this is as low as we fell right there. You see what I'm saying? And then we went from 40, spiked to 111, and then boom, they shut it off. So whoever was in the chat earlier saying, oh, like it's this now, how do we know when it's shut off? Conscious breath. But women wellness, very important. Understanding our anatomy, right? Birthing today, women of Mayat, how we're supposed to actually birth, the Ankh. You see what I'm saying? This is the Ankh. You see what I'm saying? This is how we're supposed to give birth. This is what this is referring to. Ain't no fucking Jesus Christ. Ain't no crucifixion.
Yep, you was never supposed to lay down and give birth.
Facts.
You was supposed to be standing up with defying magnetism or gravity.
Facts. And it talks about our men. This is how we know. This is how we know our anatomy. We start here. We start with books like this.
Yep.
Right?
And for my men, our prostate is just
come over here. Wait, they can't hear you.
I was gonna say, for my men, our prostate is just the the woman's womb, basically. It's just a different mutation of the woman's womb inside of us, and it also blooms. So you see why we have a lot of prostate cancers because of the food that we're eating and what we're doing with our phallus. So we got to understand that that's connected to our thalamus gland, and we got to know how to actually have nutrients for it.
But you can start with, here's the second book. It actually goes in more into it talks about the physics of neuromelanin. It talks about our skin and it breaks it down. The importance of 9-ether, right? It talks about our Merkel disc right here. Very important to understand. We always say melanin, but we don't know what type we have. We don't know that we're neuromelanated beings and everything that it's composed of. You see what I'm saying? And this book breaks it down and makes it easy for us to understand. So you can start with something like this that breaks down your anatomy with pictures. It even has recipes in here for how you are, you know what I'm saying, typically supposed to feed your genetic makeup. If you want to cleanse, it has the breakdown of a fast. You see what I'm saying? You can buy the book on Amazon for sure. For sure. I bought these on Amazon. There's 3 books. I just have 2 out of the 3. And then you can get into something like these. Then these will make sense. You see what I'm saying? Then you can read these and then it'll make sense to you. You see what I'm saying? So
Facts.
there I have these are just books about, these are just different things. I didn't like this book. You see what I'm saying? I don't like all the eukaryotic, a lot of people talk about this. I don't like this book. A lot of people ask me, how do I know about herbs? I have books like this. I have 800-page books on my phone. So I've been reading since I was in high school that I've, kept the same Apple ID and I've just read. I have edible wild and plants. You see what I'm saying? So I know a lot.
It's going to get like that real soon.
So I'm saying you're going to have to know, you're going to have to be able to just thrive off of a dandelion. Yep. You see what I'm saying? That's how it's getting. And that's how my anatomy is naturally going to, I barely eat. You see what I'm saying? And on the days that I consume a lot of sun, I don't need to eat. Eating makes me feel extremely full on those days. Yeah. So this book right here, The Goddess of the Black Woman, this is also a book that I recommend. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, we got to read. Know thyself. You see what I'm saying? Know what's you. Know what's not you. Even books like this right here, this book right here, or actually, my bad, this one right here, The Way of the Empath. See, this is actually a really good book. And it talks about how we're sentient being, but the problem is it's written by a eukaryotic. You see what I'm saying? It talks about energies and all things. Empaths get a surge of energy. Objects give off a frequency and a quality and a personality that is deeply felt that cannot be ignored. You see what I'm saying?
Who's observing and measuring?
Now that I know my anatomy, right, then I know that stuff like this, I'm able to edit the books. Ain't no 6 sense. They're 6 ether beings. I'm a 9 etheric being. Right. So I have 9 eyes. You see what I'm saying? 9 senses. You see what I'm saying? So that's it, y'all. That's it. You see what I'm saying?
It's all about internal alchemy so you could perform outer alchemy. That's all it is. You see what I'm saying? Learn the inner flow of energy through your cells. That's what all science is explaining, how energy flows through the microcosm to the macrocosm. That's all it is, brothers and sisters. And that's us, multi-dimensional beings. This is what it means.
Y'all got me hyped, man. I appreciate this live.
This is The Magic in Your Genes. You see what I'm saying? This is really good. I ain't gonna lie. This book is actually good. It talks about some good shit in here. Like it talks about genealogy, and I believe that it hits on the mitochondria a little bit as well, but it talks a lot about DNA. You can see DNA at least 3-4 different times just on that page, but you just have to know who's who. You see what I'm saying? They start out, genealogy is magical, but you got to know thyself to understand what they're really talking about. So The Magic in Your Genes, right? This one right here, the one that I was reading out of earlier, is The Way of the Empath. This one is really good if you want to just get more comfortable with clairsentience, clairvoyance, making sense of your visions or how the universe is speaking to you. I would advise a book about empathy. I think every BLK woman should read this. I actually need to tap back into this book. I haven't picked this book up in a minute. But The Goddess, the Black Woman, You see what I'm saying?
The mother of civilization.
Period. What makes black people black? This is so easy to understand, y'all. So easy. The 5th page. This is my favorite page, y'all. This is my favorite page. Since the Caucasians have the least amount of melanin, you got to read it with your first eye, because when you look at a collective amount of his work, then you know exactly who he's talking about. You see what I'm saying? But all books are published by the U.ish, and so they tweak the books, you see? So Caucasians have the least amount of melanin, but we know they have a completely different type of melanin than black people that eat as if they are Caucasians are giving themselves the least amount of nourishment to their melanin. So when you feed your neuromelanin like a eukaryotic organism, it's going to slow down or diminish the amount, the nourishment to your own production. And our neuromelanin is produced in our pineal gland. So this causes them to utilize their melanin the least. So we become just like them by subscribing to their narrative.
And they study our melanin specifically every 3 years because it's constantly upgrading.
In fact, I think they studying it every single day, bro.
They saying every single day, but they come together. You know what I'm saying?
They come together every 3 years, but
to what the knowledge that they gathered of how our melanin's been upgraded. That's what is going on.
Facts. And then we have stuff like, I forgot to show y'all some of these. Hold on. Because I haven't actually picked this book up, but Zella's read this one inside and out about the sacred sexuality. So this one is really good.
It talks about yoga, you know what I'm saying? And yoke means to link back. It links you back to the cosmos. You see what I'm saying? It actually opens up your meridians, and all energy flows in your body to connect to the cosmos, because that's what your body is specifically made for.
Facts.
So this is all talking about yoga and meditation and sacred sexuality. That's what it is.
And then you have books like this. We haven't really tapped into this one. Is new. Like, you can tell it's new, and we haven't really gotten into this one, but we've skimmed through a lot of this stuff. And so you can understand, you'll know when you read books on astrology, you'll know why they use astrology and how they use astrology even in their governments. You know what I'm saying? That's why I decided to cop a whole book, like a book this thick, so that way that I could dive deeper into it.
Yeah, because they're just observing and measuring us. So what have y'all been observing and measuring all these years about us while we've been in this drunken sleep state?
Look at Ether. Oh, look at
Ether. Abundance, brother. See?
He got the neuroscience one. That's the one. Oh no, you got the stem cells. I'm gonna have to get that one off of you, bro. I gotta start.
Abundance, brother. Abundance. That's what we gotta get back to, my people. Us.
I've seen that. I've seen that Dark Light Consciousness by Edward Bruce Banner. I've seen that on Pinterest.
This one, it kind of ties in a little bit with this one, but it doesn't go too much in depth on the science. It's more like the spirituality side, but this one of those ones for sure. And then you got the human photosynthesis. This one is it's pretty good. It's just basically talks about melanin and how it correlates with the sun and things like that. But yeah, all y'all got to do is start reading. It's not hard at all. I promise you. It might seem like a lot at first, but once you really start diving in, you're going to get so interested because you're learning about you.
Exactly.
So I promise you.
That's your fit. Start with I would say for anybody to go ahead, baby. Damn.
I was just going to say there is no white science, no none of that. It's all studying you. That's all I was going to say.
Facts. And he cooking with that. You know what I'm saying? Because they're just studying you. Where is the cosmos and what is the cosmos composed of? You see what I'm saying? But abundance and gratitude for that. I also have books that are on my phone too. So I have screenshots of those that are highlighted on my Instagram. So I have a Sacred Woman. You see what I'm saying? I also have, African American Slave and Herbal Medicine, which is really, really good because it talks about how disease is basically, quote unquote, progressed over time. You know what I mean? And they talk about certain types of pills, like sugar pills that they used to give us, which once you get into, like, this is the reason why I don't sugarcoat nothing to my people. You see what I'm saying? Because sugar-coated pills, the whole ideology was very detrimental to my people. And this is one of the reasons why I walk in my truth. So I look back at our mothers of life that came, quote unquote, before me, or was in a, just in a different frequency, on this plane as me. What did y'all do? How did y'all heal? What were some of the herbs that y'all, gravitated towards? Because it's all a part of the same womb. But knowing what's conducive to your planet and what's not conducive to it will help you understand what's conducive to you. And so I read up on herbal medicine stuff that we used during those times, being in those frequencies. But yeah, you can check there for that. And I got some more that I need to add because I haven't even posted all of them. I have stuff that are just geared and centered towards just womanhood. You see what I'm saying? I'll have to post those and load those up today. Don't be surprised by some of the titles. Understand that I've been in different frequencies throughout my life. So these are just books that I've acquired and gathered on my journey. So some of them, hit me up about. If you have questions, ask me. But above all, know thyself. Ask yourself the questions first before you ask anyone. Go ahead, Unc.
I know that when I grew up, coming up, I know Granny had a little farm in the back of her yard. You know what I'm saying? She had a little pear trees, her cucumbers, her greeneries. And she didn't have to go to the grocery store. And see, they don't have that no more like that.
Yeah, see, I grow my stuff. I just started growing.
If you can do it, because when you control it, see, you control the soil that you're dealing with. See, the soil is us anyway. But see, they don't learn how to rub the soil the way they want to rub it, so it can give them what they wanted to get out of them. You know what I'm saying? They want to get a certain thing out the soil, so they know how to manipulate it, so they can get what they want. But they don't know that that's going to turn around on them and bite them. But see, our grandparents, they knew how to work with that soil the right way, and it produced the right food for us. But that's pretty much gone now. That's pretty much gone now. You can't find that nowhere, pretty much. So that's good.
But it's coming back up. You see what I'm saying? Like, even late this year, I was able to find dandelion greens sprouting heavy. You see what I'm saying? I have Asian pear trees, and Asian pears are native to the region that I'm in, but it's not Asia. Somebody lying about the maps. You see what I'm saying? If you start actually bringing in some of what you think is a weed, you can take pictures, load it into Google, and you can it'll tell you on the spot what it is, and go look up the speciation name or the species name, study the speciation. You see what I'm saying? That's the type of stuff that I do. I be outside, and I found out that there's a flower that actually grows native here. I'm gonna show y'all because I'm in Texas. So there's a plant that actually grows here, and people used to pick it like on the side of the roads and stuff. People that weren't me, right? They knew that it was medicinal and they were using it. But a lot of people use the flowers, but I'm going to show y'all the plant itself. The whole thing is medicinal. 1 second.
I know they said, like, when you see dandelions growing, they said that's a sign that the earth is under distress.
It's just
it's trying to heal itself.
Yeah, like honestly, it's true, because we are the earth, and the earth is gonna sprout and blossom whatever we need. So these were growing abundantly in the summertime everywhere. I mean, they was doing so much trying to cut them down. The day they would cut it down, they would sprout back up. It was so funny watching these niggas, like, these was everywhere. And then, like I said, the root, the flower, the leaves, the stem of this is all medicinal. You see what I'm saying? All medicinal. And then, like, you have regular, like Texas wildflowers. Like, I was still doing some research on this. I thought this was lavender. You see what I'm saying? But it's not though. But a lot of this stuff that's growing is medicinal, y'all. They call them weeds, but it's medicinal.
I know where I'm from. I live in Florida. So where
Hmm.
I'm at, we have a lot of what you call Cersei. You ever heard of Cersei?
I think so.
It's a it's a bitter melon.
Okay.
But you can bathe with
Oh,
it.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, you can bathe with it. You can make a tea out of it. You know what I'm saying? When that sea came around, like, you know what I'm saying, I was telling people, you need to get you some ginger, get you some Cersei. You know what I'm saying? Boil that up. You know what I'm saying? I was letting people know. I was like, look, you got to take your babies up to that schoolhouse, go up to the health department, go get you a religious waiver saying that you ain't rocking that way. You ain't taking that poison they want to give you. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
like you say, it's a bunch of stuff out here. It's like another one called semi-contra. Semi-contra. You will know it when you smell it. Once you smell it, as a child, I always smelled it. I was like, it doesn't hit you like that unless it means something. So when I got older, I'm like, oh, you call that semi-contra, you know, and that's good for worms and parasites. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So it's a lot of stuff out there in nature and stuff like. I want to get Dr. Africa's book. He has one with a bunch of herbs and stuff in it. I want to get
Yeah.
that book.
I mean, and just even listening to a lecture, you know what I'm saying? All of his lectures, Dr. Layla Africa be
They're all
dropping
on
some.
YouTube.
They're all on YouTube. Yeah, facts. And listening to him, it'll make you shift your whole perspective of thinking. You see what I'm saying? But I was just putting some of this stuff on the board to show y'all that this stuff, I'm in Texas, y'all, like North Texas, and this stuff is growing like down the street, like on the same block. Like I don't have to walk far. This is called these right here are called soap nuts.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? These are also native to Asia. You see what I'm saying? So the Asian pears that I had up earlier are native to Asia. Those Osage trees, those green balls that I had, those were mainly used as a repellent, like for bugs and stuff like that. But the wood is really, really strong wood, like some of the strongest wood around. So you just do your research on some of the stuff. But these right here, you can bathe. I use the actual powder. The soap nuts that are on the screen, they clean really, really good. Better than any
You
soap.
can use it
Like,
for laundry, soap, anything. You
yeah.
can use it for anything. They grow right outside.
And
They
all
have
you have,
soapinins.
yeah, saponins,
Saponins.
saponins. I don't know, but basically anything that has saponins or soapinins creates soap and will create a lather.
Yep.
And you can literally just put soap nut powder or grind these into a powder, boil them first, whatever, and put that soap nut powder down and rinse water over it. You're gonna see it clean. Like it's like how the OxyClean commercials. But this is like the 9 ether version. Like, like this shit is getting it out of there
Universal
quick.
version.
Yeah, it's getting it out of there quick. So I just want y'all, you know what I'm saying? Know thyself, my people. How are we gonna let somebody with no ties to none of this land, nowhere on this planet, tell another nigga that also has no biological identification who's gonna go where? You see what I'm saying? The entire world is gonna be talking about genetics.
Exactly. So if we're talking about we need to come together, we need to come together for genetics, our children, and our women. That's what we need to come
That's what
together
we need
for,
to
our
be talking
species.
about.
That's the only thing we need to be talking about right now. Everything else, everybody else, we're the least of their worries. Everything that's coming to the planet, we're going to be the least of their worries. So everything that we got to worry about is just us.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
They shouldn't even be worried about the YT speed. I forgot to say this when it was like 150 of you niggas in here earlier. Man, it slipped my mind, but I must just need to say it right now.
Say it.
Do not get distracted, y'all. Please, I'm telling you, there's already stuff coming out about Trump cutting off energy ties. It's not that. You gotta understand. Look at the magnetospause. Okay, look and study solar UV radiation, bro. That energy source, he's not doing nothing. He's telling you about what's happening on a cosmic level. That ozone layer has been done. I'm in my 20s. They was telling me when I was a child, the ozone layer was about to be done. That time has come.
Yep.
That time has finally approached. And you can look at, and you can look at the Magneto's pause and see that there's a level of radiation that is hitting the so-called backside of the planet that's destroying and deteriorating that ozone. So this is the reason why Florida skies are red. Why we're seeing more aurora borealis even as far down as the south, because this is what our skies are supposed to look like.
Why it's warm at night? You see why it's warm at night?
Warm at night. It's warmer at night.
Even white people, even so-called white people, are saying they're getting sunburnt at night because there's a object that is giving the same amount of radiation.
They didn't hear us. They didn't hear us. They said it skipped. I said, don't get distracted. That's what I say, y'all. I said, don't let nothing distract you. You see how they try to distract? Don't let nothing distract you, because they're going to try to say something about Trump cutting the energy ties with another energy comes from the planet in its own electromagnetic field, y'all. Come on. What's actually powering up this so-called matrix? What's actually powering up this so-called thing? You better know. You see what I'm saying? What's the truth? Because people are going to go with this. You're going to see people say, oh, they about to cut food stamps, or you're not going to be able to work it. The earth gives you food. You better know how to channel and harvest.
Yep, you better know how to cultivate the land. You better know that.
I'm telling you, it's growing
That's what it's coming down to.
It's growing all around us. I've never actually lived in a place where it's vegetation growing around me, but I've only moved like 30 minutes around the Metroplex at a time. So it's been around me all the time. You see what I'm saying? So you just got to tap in. If you in nature, you're going to see where she's fruitful. You're going to be able to distinguish what's prokaryotic. I can look at something and tell that's a fake plant that doesn't come from this earth. It's growing out of this womb, but it's not supposed to be here. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I just encourage. You see what I'm saying? Discernment is imperative these days. Facts. Yeah. Absolutely. We have to be sensitive to the voice that's inside. Yeah. That's what's guiding you. That's the soul. That's what's all knowing.
It will tell you what's true. It will tell you what's untrue. It will tell you what's confusion. And it will tell you, like, it will basically lead you to your own path of evolution. You see what I'm saying? And that's going to align you with the magnetic fields of the earth and the sun. And that's what the test is about. If you're moving like a prokaryotic cell, or are you moving like a eukaryotic cell? That's
see what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. That's why niggas are like, oh, you got to go on this path to find yourself. But look at it though. Who's who? Who's conducive? That's the path to you. Understanding what's you all around you and what's not. Are these trees that are growing out of the ground, are these actually real? Because most trees are not even trees. They're shrubs compared to what's supposed to be here and what was cut down and known as the trees of life. You see what I'm saying? That's why I need my people to get out of this genealogy shit as well. Using it to hate on your brother and sister is crazy.
Yep, because while we're doing that, we're not focusing on our children.
Yeah,
and they're getting snatched all over the globe for the same thing.
For the same thing.
For the exact same thing, and we're not paying attention to
They're
that.
supposed to be, they're under a lower frequency. You got to understand. You got to know how nature is really supposed to move. You see what I'm saying? Because even our animals are in a lower frequency than they're supposed to be. Our plants are in a lower frequency that they're supposed to be. And when you look at turtles, what is it called? The pteridine. What are they called? What's their species name? Pteropodine. I can't even pronounce it, but
we comprehend it. That's all it's about.
The species, they're the species.
Don't worry about the language, because this disrupt your frontal lobe. Just worry about comprehending what you're seeing.
But the tortoise and the turtles, right? Together, they make their own species. It starts with a T, and I can't pronounce the word. That speciation, right? If you look at them in nature, right? They look like dragons. I never knew until I looked at how they actually move in nature. Turtles were dragons, bro.
Not the alligator turtle or the snapping turtle, is it?
No, I'm talking about all turtles and tortoises. If you, especially the ones, the sea turtles, you can see how they move and how the aquatic ones, and how their feet are shaped and how they actually swim and how they can be on land and swim. Most prokaryotic animals can live in multiple different terrains. So they can be on land and they can be, and they can navigate water.
Water.
Yeah, a lot of prokaryotic animals can do that. eukaryotic animals cannot. And you will also see sexual dimorphism amongst eukaryotic animals. So you just gotta know nature. You see what I'm saying? You just gotta know, and then you'll know thyself for real. That's really it.
They live a long time too. They live a very long time.
They live up to be 150 years old. You see what I'm saying? They've been here as long as dragonflies. You see what I'm saying? I think it's turtles, or is it dragonflies that have been here longer than snakes and alligators?
And the way like our names change when we fell in frequency, they also change the way they call these animals as these animals fell in frequency. See what I'm saying? Just like they call us all of these black and the Indian, all of these things. The same thing with animals. So this is what we got to realize. It's a planetary thing. It's a genetic thing.
Yeah, just like they change our name. We used to be Negroes. We used to be this. We used to be that. Yeah, the animals, they change their name too. The plants, they change their name too. And what we do will never, our function and how we move, the way that our cells move will never change. You see what I'm saying? Nature will it can be manipulated, but its genetic structure as prokaryotic organisms cannot be changed or altered. The nature will always show us the truth.
Yep. That which is natural cannot change unless something unnatural takes place to it. That's all it is.
Some reptiles are prokaryotic, and you have to know based off of the function of their cells and how they move in nature.
And how they reproduce.
And how they reproduce. Komodo dragons are prokaryotic. A lot of your tortoises and turtles are prokaryotic. There are eukaryotic versions of these animals as well, but I'm talking about there are animals that are completely like their whole entire bovidae species is not natural to this planet. The whole thing.
Like I know.
Like deer, sheep. Like I don't know why people are obsessed with wearing wool. That's a eukaryotic animal that's not conducive to this planet.
And scientists say humans share the closest match with blood with sheep's. You see what I'm saying? So that's
It's a lot of different animals that they share genetic material with because they are incomplete dominant.
Yep.
And there's at least 5 different animals speaking for them through one nucleus. So this rising, you could have been talking to the pig side of them later that day. You can literally be talking to the fruit fly in them. You know what I'm saying? And that's literally how it is.
It's literally scientific facts. It's crazy.
And that's the reason why you can have a so-called blonde mother and a so-called brunette father, and the offspring is ginger. Incomplete dominance.
The percentages of animals that they have within each organism varies. You see what I'm saying? So they're not even the same within each other. Every time they reproduce and make a child, that's a whole new species.
That's a whole new species.
Yeah. That's what it is.
It's
just an abomination spreading, a virus spreading.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying? That's what's happening. It's literally a virus spreading on a planet, a natural planet. And they're using the host to do it. You see what I'm saying? And they're slowing us down.
Yeah.
Y'all don't see it?
Yeah,
and while they're doing that, while we're all doing this, focusing on this, on all the landmass that they only showed us, Pindar is in the North Pole doing this, watching this.
That's your Santa Claus.
That's what we're not paying attention to. That's where they're trying to distract us from. The creator of the eukaryotic species and the fact that we're the organic species of the planet. And we naturally evolve with the whole solar system. That's it.
Right, that's it.
What they said this Pindar look like?
Pindar, if you look up a Sumerian god holding the pine cone, you see what I'm saying? That's who Pindar looks like. All of him and his other extraterrestrial crew, they all have wings. You see what I'm saying? That's why they wrote they're also the ones who wrote the Bible. And this is why they said that they're gonna come back with wings. And when Trump introduces them,
Pindar is not black.
Yeah, Pindar's not black.
Pindar is not Yaqub, and that's why I be telling my people that Yaqub is just a hood legend.
Yeah.
Because there is no black to this nigga. Like
he just a name.
Not us.
Yaqub just means
he's prokaryotic, but turtles are prokaryotic as well. You see what I'm saying? There are prokaryotic birds and plants. So just because something has the same cellular function as us does not mean that they are us. That's what I'm saying.
So you think he gonna have like an afro and shit?
No, this nigga is a reptile, like reptile,
Like a big ass lizard.
Hold on. That's why I said if you was to look at the Sumerian text, you will see that all of these, their creators have animal DNA. So-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. And the Anunnaki have animal DNA. Those who came from above have animal DNA. These are natural organisms who have animal DNA. Just like there's all these organisms of life, bees, ants, turtles. There's an organism that they report to that is two arms, two-legged, and is 16 feet tall. You see what I'm saying? And this is who regulates that species. You see what I'm saying? So there's so much life on the planet, and this is what's going on. But there's a Draco species with other extraterrestrial organisms on the planet that has been genetic splicing organisms on the planet for like 300,000 years. You see what I'm saying? That's what's been going on, and we've been falling in frequency since.
We're not the only intelligent life forms here. So he's saying you can't travel the cosmos without neuromelanin. Like,
yeah, you don't need neuromelanin to travel the cosmos. Like I just said, there's beings that, like, for example, bees. All of those are small organisms, microorganisms, but they report to somebody at the end of the day. Y'all just don't know it. You see what I'm saying? And there's an extraterrestrial entity that actually which is where they report to, and they have a bee head, and they have 2 arms and 2 legs, and they're tall, and there's a group of organisms that exist. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is, and they can travel up throughout the cosmos too. If you are natural to the universe, you can naturally flow throughout the universe.
Right. It's not
You see what I'm
about
saying?
neuromelanin though.
Exactly. Like, it's not about neuromelanin. You can find chlorophyll outside of the planet, and you see what I'm saying? And that's not neuromelanin. That's botanical melanin.
So, brother, what would you say, not to cut your wisdom?
No, go ahead, brother.
What they want from us, man? They like we have a different kind of specialness. I know we special, but in a good way. But what it is that they want from us, like if they can travel and go throughout the cosmos and all that, why they want to mess with us?
Oh, because the one that did all this to our woman, he can't leave the planet. All those extraterrestrials that had a hand in this, because there's extraterrestrials that are benevolent and malevolent. These people are not benevolent beings. They're malevolent. They're evil beings. They're you know what I'm saying? And their fate is sealed. They can't leave the planet. The solar system is shut off by our brothers and sisters. That's why you see all these orbs and stuff moving like they're at home already, because they're getting ready for their alignment. You see what I'm saying? So he's trying to escape, like my brother said, he's trying to escape his fate. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, brother.
Bro, you know what's...
hold on, my brother Ether wanted to ask. Hold on.
Yeah, I want to just add to that, brother. Like,
yeah,
like I said, he's trying to escape. And when you said, why do they need us? They're trying to obtain the God gene so that they can pass through the barrier that we have up there, because you need neuromelanin to pass the barrier, but you don't need it to travel throughout the cosmos. That's why they keep taking our women and children, because they're trying to obtain it, but they can't, because they can't splice through their cell. So they're fucked, but they just gonna keep trying though.
Yep, they're gonna do it to the last minute, and it's on us to realize. You see what I'm saying?
But I just want to introduce the next guest.
Okay. She said she wanted to introduce the next guest. Go ahead. We'll get back to you.
All right.
Abundance for that ether. Go ahead, GR.
Go ahead, great.
Hello? Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join. I was intrigued and just listening to you guys. I have no
Abundance.
no questions.
Oh, my fault. I didn't know. You said you were just listening. But if you want to come back up and ask that question, you can come back up. But go ahead, Unc. What you were saying?
Hey, what y'all saying makes so much sense, man, because years ago, I was asleep. You know what I'm saying? Now, I ain't trying to get off track now. I know y'all saying where you're going with this. Like, I was asleep, and you remember when you was little, you get paralysis, and like you couldn't move and stuff, but you can open your eyes and all that, but you can't scream or nothing like that. So I remember I couldn't see them, but I can remember hearing a bunch of voices saying, "Damn, this nigga tastes good," and I'm like, that's what make this like that. That's when I said something around me, man. I always knew something was around because as a child I used to have experiences. But when I heard that, I said, man, something eating my ass when I'm asleep, man, because I heard them. You know what I'm saying? So so when y'all said that, man, about these beings and all that, that I got goosebumps, bro. Because they real, they real, man. Because I know that I done heard them talking.
You talking about somebody was feeding on you?
No, I heard like, okay, I'm sleeping in the bed, right? I'm asleep, and I'm like, you know how you coming out your sleep and you in the room. I know I'm in the room. I can see my dough. I can see everything, but I hear some. Damn, this nigga tastes good. Like
I don't know about that, brother. I don't
know, but
know.
I'm just saying. Look. I done had like y'all. I don't
Let
like
me tell
telling
you
people.
this. Let
I
me
don't
tell
tell
you.
people stuff like that. People think you crazy. But
No,
what
I
I'm
don't think
saying
you
is,
crazy.
Nah, let me
But
tell you this.
I just wasn't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not able to understand how you perceive that experience. That's all I'm
well, I
saying.
don't know why I had it either. I don't know. Listen, I don't know why I had that either. I don't know why somebody was but then but when y'all said what y'all said, and I remember another person was saying these entities they eat your aura
If you allow them to.
if
That's
you
what
allow them to.
if you allow
But
them
see,
to.
back
That's why I
then,
said.
back then I wasn't on the path I'm on now. You feel me?
Nah, we got you.
You feel me?
And yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's entities around us that eat our aura. They live off of because I done heard them. I done heard them talk. So they can't hide. They can't hide from me like that. I done heard them. Now when y'all talking about this Pindar nigga and all these people, I'm like, okay. I see what time it is now. So cause you putting a face on them for me. You feel me? And now all of a sudden, now all these videos coming out with these Sasquatches.
They can't. Nobody can infiltrate your mind and put anything in there unless you allow it to. You see what I'm saying?
No, they
So
weren't getting in my mind, brother. They were whatever was coming off my body, they were eating it. I was like, because I woke up and I heard them talking. Like, damn, this nigga tastes good. I'm like, what the
you
fuck?
heard them talking near you or inside of your head.
Brother, I'm in my bed sleep, brother. Have you ever had paralysis, sleep paralysis? Have you ever had sleep paralysis and actually pushed out of your body?
Yes, I've had that done to me.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've done that too, and floated around the house and all that kind of stuff. But I couldn't
Yeah.
walk out the door. I couldn't walk out my door. It wouldn't allow me to walk out my door. But what I'm saying is, what we are, the many things that we are. These things like to eat it. They can eat off of it. It's like that movie. You seen that movie? Damn, what's that movie? You remember the movie The Shining? They did another movie off of The Shining. Well, and it was based off of what we were talking about, telepathy. You can talk through your mind. The brother had what is called The Shining. He could be sitting down, he talked to his grandmama without moving his mouth. But basically, Jack Nicholson played in the first one. In the second one, what they call Dr. Doors, Dr. Something. I can't think of the name of it. But these creatures are these entities. They move around in human form, and they've been around here a long time. And what they do, they would red rum the children. You know what I'm saying? They red rum the children, and while they red rumming the children, they'll catch their essence inside these jars. And when they need it to, they wouldn't eat, but when they eat that, and that would keep them on the planet for hundreds and hundreds of years. So I say that to say this: these things that I heard that night, it's like that gave me confirmation that it's things around us that can eat our aura. It can eat our energy when we at our weakest, when we at our scaredest, when we on rock bottom, going through stuff, when we stressed and going through. It's entities that can eat our aura, and I heard them that night, brother and sister. I heard them. Them things is real. And when y'all say these ant people and all that kind of stuff, that's just confirmation for me. That's just
Yeah,
confirmation.
the ant people are okay. So let me just clear up that. So what he was explaining about the ant and the bee people is just is like, okay, you know, our so-called brothers and sisters that are in the cosmos, the only difference between us and them is frequency and discipline. You have the same genetic makeup as them, but when they come here, you will see either if they're in their physical form or in their star form, they will look and appear to be more like to be stronger than you. You see what I'm saying? So what he's explaining is that there are bees, there are ants, there are prokaryotic insects that have the same physique as us, but they are bees. And all bees report to them just like because they are the third in command in the animal kingdom. The BLK woman is first, the masculine is second, and the animals that we're talking about, those stronger beings, they all report to them. So it's the same thing, even when it comes to our men and women. Just like all things go back to us, it's the same thing for our animals and our insects. There are beings that have the same physique, but that doesn't have anything to do with them feeding on our aura. They're not. That's not what he was saying. The beings that he's talking about, low vibing entities and stuff, will feed on people's auras that aren't aware. And that's not. I'm not denying that. That's a fact.
And again, we're just like the sun, so all life feeds off of us. That's all I'm gonna say. Hydrocarbon, all of these atoms come from our thalamus gland, our command center of the brain, the third ventricle of the brain. This is where all atoms come from. It's the same thing that what the cosmos is composed of. So that's what I'm saying. Life feeds off of us naturally.
Okay, I'm just trying to introduce the next guest. Michis, you kept timing out, so go ahead. I know you've been trying to get up here for a minute. Go ahead. Yeah.
But when you all were talking about the different animals and the splicing of the genes, and then y'all brought up Yaqub. But back to the splicing of the genes, like the brother was just speaking, a lot of stuff y'all was saying is making, like, I'm 55 years old. I done been around half this planet, and a lot of stuff, I've studied a lot of things. I've seen a lot of things. I experienced a lot of things. And what you were saying about is growing your own food, you were saying earlier. That's important because we see that these people are trying to poison us. Everything that's going on in America right now, it was destined to happen. And like you were saying, it's pretty much us against them. It's the low vibration against the no vibration against the high vibration. And it's sad to say that a lot of our people are going to get left behind because they want to stay stuck where they are. They don't want to grow. And the brother was talking about the orbs and everything. Well, when I was in the service, I've been in the service. I was in the Navy, and I've seen some things that I can't understand. And this like straight out of high school. I'm saying, and I'm stationed on the aircraft carrier. I know what a jet does. I know what a jet can and can't do. I know what a fighter can and can't do. And the things that we saw out there, it was what they saying right now on the East Coast that you don't hear on the news no more. I seen that at a young age. So I do believe that, something is going on. And it's to me, the Bible and the Quran, because I know I dabble in reading them both. A lot of the time for them is over with. And a lot of us want to get, a lot of things are being changed in the government, and a lot of people want it to stay the same. It can't stay the same. The orange man pretty much told us we going into a golden age. But before you go into a golden age, the what was there has to fall. It has to burn. And that's what we're seeing right now. And what you were saying about growing your own food, growing your own trees, we shouldn't be going to the store and buying apples. They done made all the trees in America male trees, so it can't be no female. They can't keep reproducing. So everything is made for us and given to us, and we just consuming, and we're not saving and we're not watching what's going on, because the land is finna be ours. But do we know how to take care of the land? Do we know how to sustain things from, like you were saying, things were growing from the ground? We don't do that no more. We lost that art and we lost ourselves. That's all I had to say. That's
right. Heavy
oh
on.
yeah. One more thing. The brother was talking about he felt like something was like ciphering his energy and he heard voices. I want to ask him a question. Did you see anything like some eyes like glowing in the dark? And the reason I'm asking you this is because I experienced, not only me, I was probably, I'm going to say about 10. And it was me, my little brother, and my little sister. We all slept in the same room. Grandmother stayed downstairs on the second floor. My mom went down on the second floor and left us. It's late. She thinking we sleep. But we hear a noise. But we in the bed, supposed to be sleeping. We just hear a noise like that. I'll never forget that noise. And then I felt something like on top of me, like you said, it's the sleep paralysis. I couldn't move. I'm on my back and I couldn't move. And it felt like something was pressing in my belly button. And when you were saying something, it felt like something was draining you, and you can hear these people talking. When I snapped out of it, I jumped up immediately in a panic and cut the light on and looked around, and my little brother and sister was crying in the corner. Like, did you hear it? Did you hear it? I didn't say nothing to them. They like, did you see it? Did you see it? I'm like, I did see something, but it was like it was transparent. But the only thing that we can really see, it was like two like little bluish green eyes that was dimly lit in the dark room, and you could barely see like a shape of like an egghead alien. That's the best I can explain it, but you couldn't see it.
Now, brother, the one thing I do remember seeing when I was about 8 or 9, I think about 8 or 9. That's when I used to have sleep paralysis all the time, man. I used to have it when I was young. I remember I woke up one day. I mean, not one day. It was the next morning, but it was still shadow hour. It was still like, the sun went up, and I couldn't move. And I'm like, I'm trying to move. And I seen you know what Shrek looked like? Shrek.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't look exactly like Shrek. He ain't had them ears like Shrek, but he was like a little short little being, but he was bald headed and he was green.
Yeah, it was short. It was
And
real short.
And he looked back at me. He looked back at me like with his like that, like with a like that. So I remember seeing that one being. Now fast forward to all the way to my late 30s. I'm living on a closed down Air Force base. Right? And I'm in the bed and I look over one night and I see a transparent humanoid form. And it's like it's in the room, but it's like it's confused a little bit or whatever. But it's a humanoid form and you can see through it. It's transparent. So
well,
I get like real. I crash out, bro. You know what I'm saying? I crash out, so I grab it, and I fight with it. I grabbed it by the neck, and I everything I love. I'm telling y'all the truth, man. I grabbed it by the neck. So the next night, it put me under sleep paralysis. I couldn't move, and I was trying to pop out my body, because when you got sleep paralysis, you can pop out your body. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to pop out my body, and it won't let me do it. So whatever this thing was, man, it was pitch dark in the house, bro. Pitch dark.
That's not called sleep paralysis. It's called quantum leaping. You see what I'm saying? When you're traveling through the astrals, you're just traveling through the microcosm through the macrocosm, and you don't. You're talking about you grab this him in the neck and stuff like that. You don't. This is just a. I don't know what's going on, bro. I don't.
This was back.
I
This was back in.
understand exactly
I'm
what's
just saying.
going on, and I'm listening to everybody in the room, just allowing everybody to express their frequency. But we have to really start understanding the subconscious mind and how it works, and understand that the things that we're programming, even as children, the things that we were told, the things that are around us, how the subconscious mind actually works. Because in order for you to really understand sleep paralysis, you would have had to understand psychology and study the subconscious mind. That's what I'll say for that. In order for you to make sense of what you're saying, you do have to study it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not denying your experience or that you've seen that or that you went through that. All I'll say is that for you to make reason, in order for you to make,
Comprehension of
yeah,
what
in
you're
order for
saying.
you to comprehend like what you're saying, you do have to understand the different parts of your brain. You do.
Right. I agree with that.
I would just
I
say,
agree
you know what I'm
with
saying? Just dive more into the brain, dive more into neuromelanin, because you are in a completely different frequency and consciousness and awareness than you were when you were a child. You see what I'm saying? So now I would say dive into your genetics more, so that way you can make sense of that. And that could be a reason, there could be a very valid reason as to why that's stuck on your memory, but I wouldn't be able to tell you the answer. You would have to, you know what I'm saying, decode that. But
I already have, sister. They already done let me know what time it was. Because after I grabbed the bean, the second night that it came, it made me be still, and it lit up the room. Whatever it was, it lit up the whole room, and it came over to me. I couldn't open my eyes. I was trying to open my eyes to see it, but I couldn't open my eyes. It came over to me, and it tapped me on my forehead 3 times. And it was trying to tell me, I'm not here to hurt you.
Which with that, yep. Go ahead on.
Now
Let's go.
that
Take
was
me to
that
the next.
experience with that entity.
Thanks.
Now with the other ones, when I was younger, that was some other stuff, man. I don't know. That was something trying to really. I don't know if it was the people I was around putting off bad energy on me or whatever. I
food
don't know
that
if
you're
it was
eating,
the
molecular
food.
gastronomy, the lotion you put on, the soap that you bathe with, like all of that. That's what I'm telling you, brother. Study the subconscious mind and study molecular gastronomy and how they manipulate everything.
Yeah.
I want people to make sure that y'all know that
Study.
when you see natural flavorings and stuff like that, that's really just pus and blood cells. And it's animal, it's beaver urine and feces. So natural flavoring, and there's something else too, fragrance and natural flavoring. There's at least 500. There's up to 500 different ingredients that can be listed under just those simple words. That is the manipulation of nutrition facts. You see what I'm saying? The manipulation, all of that goes into molecular gastronomy. And gastronomy, and that's why I was explaining earlier, explains, the word translate to stomach astronomy.
That's funny you brought that up too, because me and my wife plan on going to St. Louis it's a brother down there that got a clinic. We going to clean our guts and everything. We going down there for a 3-day weekend retreat and just clean our whole system out fast.
It's not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to do that though. You see what I'm saying? 3 days is not enough. We got to do more.
No, it's just to get it started.
I understand. I
We
understand.
done changed our diet and everything.
Man, we just trying to have a conversation, brother. You trying to have that?
No, I get what he's saying. He's
Yeah,
just
like-
expressing the frequency, but go ahead. Like,
I'm just saying,
it's just
like-
3 days when it's just my thing, y'all, with my people, when we're talking to each other, I want to make sure that we're when we talk about ascension, that we're doing the things that help us ascend most. That's the thing. I get what the brother is saying about 3 days, but what are you going to do after those 3 days are up? Are you going to go back to eating meat? You see what I'm saying?
Oh no. I gave up. We gave up red meat. We getting away from a lot of flesh. But the thing is, a lot of the vegetables are no good. So we got to really be, that's why we getting into gardening and everything. We want to grow our own food.
Go ahead, Ethan.
With that statement, I was just gonna say,
Yeah, first of all, Skywatcher already said a lot of the vegetables and stuff aren't even conducive to the planet, meaning they're not natural.
Right, right.
We already know that. And I would say don't make excuses. Like, just because some vegetables aren't good for you and they're man-made or whatever, doesn't mean you should still go eat flesh. You feel what I'm saying?
That's a great point to add. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's the thing that I want my people to understand is that it has, like somebody said in the chat, lifelong, because this is what's coded in your genetics. I understand a 3-day fast, but do you know how to properly fast according to your genetic makeup? Because if you're just doing a regular fast and that fast is not conducive to you, then what's the point?
Right.
So
I get what you're saying. I get
yeah.
what you're saying.
Facts. And the proper way to actually fast is there's a way to do it when you've already been consuming meat and when you're full of antigens and parasites.
Right.
You see, so when you go with red meat, is not just the end of it, right? It's
Right.
shellfish, it's fish, it's pork,
Right.
all meat, it's all processed foods. I
Right.
consume little to no chemicals, and that's down to the seasonings. So niggas who are still claiming to be vegan,
Right. I agree.
I'm just speaking to the room, brother. I got you. So I'm saying those people that are still, even down to the seasonings, consuming lots of chemicals, silicone dioxides. You see what I'm saying? Tricalcium phosphates that make things white, right? Milk. Like I said, in one glass of milk, you're consuming 135 million pus and blood cells, feces, all types of stuff in just one glass of milk. So again, you can have, just like Ether said, a whole plate of vegetables sprinkled with pus and blood known as ranch and cheese.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So again, and not to even mention, that is the eukaryotic organism. So your local boss or CEO that you're still working for, these animals, these pigs, these monkeys and dogs and shit that niggas are still working for because they think that a system is conducive to this planet or is conducive to them. I'm letting you know. You see what I'm saying? You are consuming your boss. Sitting there in their jobs, eating them on your planet. That's what you're doing. So when we talk about being spiritual and standing on business for real, none of us have to work. I haven't worked in months. I don't even know what day it is. You see what I'm saying? Every last one of my bills are paid. You see what I'm saying? Because I have become one with that truth. I understand that I'm the currency.
Right.
Continue to generate.
Right.
I don't, you know what I'm saying? And I encourage people that are around me. You see what I'm saying? Do the same thing. Don't live off of my abundance. Don't ask me for my abundance and then call it witchcraft. You see what I'm saying? I don't come to my house asking me for my abundance and then telling me that how I got it was witchcraft. When you're going to church every Sunday, you see what I'm saying? Praising a dead man, an unalive man. That sounds like witchcraft to me. Praising the dead. You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand what's you and what's not. And everything, you really, so-called black people don't want to sit down and have those uncomfortable conversations. It's not just religion. It's not just food. You see what I'm saying? Even though I'm pushing this message, I know people that eat according to their genetic makeup and they still don't know thyself. These are still the same people that are pushing this message about the black woman is a so-called God and then referring to the black woman as with a cat emoji. These are the same people. So you're looking at me and Zell, but we started with a whole team.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? We started with a whole team of niggas. How you go from sun god to trap god. Now you see niggas standing on business. Now you sun god again. But you thought you had to trap in a system that was trapping you. Now you back being a sun god. Who the fuck do y'all think y'all playing, bro? Our women and our children are being snatched and people know that and push the message with us, bro.
And it's funny.
That shit just blows me, bro.
They treating it like it's a trend.
Because I'm still wondering why
like,
God damn.
man, my brother,
Go
damn.
ahead. Go both of y'all.
God, I'm like
Go
trying
ahead.
to talk.
Go
This
ahead,
shit-
Zell. Go ahead, and then we'll let Michis go next.
I was just saying that I forgot, man. Go ahead, man. Damn.
I was just about to say, it's funny she brought that up about the women and the kids, because that'd be my thing too, because how all of a sudden everybody forgot about the longshoremen going on strike, and the reason they went on strike because they heard all the children and the people in the containers. That's the real reason they went on strike. It ain't had nothing to do with the money they was getting, because they was getting paid good. They still ain't. They didn't got their paycheck, and you ain't heard no more about none of the missing kids, or no screaming in the containers. You ain't heard nothing about that no more. So what? Yeah, I agree with you. Women, and I tell my wife that all the time. I got 2 jobs. It's real easy. It's to provide for you and the family, and to protect you. Them my 2 jobs.
You ain't lying with that. As the masculine, that suit is built for you to enforce and protect, but enforce universal law. You see what I'm saying? And to protect her species. So when you heard that, my question to you, brother, how much awareness have you brought to our women and our children being snatched for their totipotem stem cells? You see what I'm saying? It should be every man that knows that.
Exactly.
And
exactly. And this is why I tell all my friends, when you have that baby, do not give them people them stem cells up out of you.
That you just do. You see what I'm saying? You continue to stand on business because our children, our women, our brothers, and our sisters still don't know who they are. So it's not just something that you say. You see what I'm saying? Once, and then you let it be. You continue to wake more brothers and sisters up, and you don't let their sleepy state discourage you from standing on what you know is universal truth and law.
Yep.
So I just wanted to make sure everybody should be talking about this. I'm tired of the damn DMs. Y'all going live? Y'all going live? Y'all going live? Y'all going live? We are going live. Like if I had $1 in the last year of how many times between me and all 3-4 the shit that I have, bro, I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah, you gotta get
the point to where you start walking in your own truth, y'all. That's why I say abundance to my brother Cam VR. You see what I'm saying? He got the books. You see what I'm saying? This is when you understand who you are, bro. When you have somebody that's speaking this to you and it resonate with your soul, stand on business. I don't want to talk to nobody we've been recycling the same things in our communities, spiritual community, for years. When do we evolve past religion? When do we evolve past the food? When do we evolve past these things? You see what I'm saying? And that's why people give up on their own people. I'm letting my brothers and sisters, all 52 of y'all in here, I'm not giving up on y'all.
Yep, we make the environment.
Period.
So you got to get them to match your energy.
Facts.
The sun makes this environment. That's why everything got to match its energy, or you cannot exist here.
Facts, that's it.
You see,
Match
that's what we are.
the planet.
That's all it is.
So 3-day fast, or are we talking about a lifetime, my brother? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, it's a lifetime
about
thing.
eternally, my
I
brother.
did 3-day fast. I did 30-day fast.
I'm asking you rhetorically. I didn't even, you know what I'm saying, mean for you to answer that. I already know. You see what I'm saying? You told me that you've been cut out a lot of that, and abundance and gratitude for you doing that. You see what I'm saying? Because now you can consume and see more of the truth because there's nothing clogging your meridians. There's no brain fog. There's no clogged arteries.
Right.
So it takes time because our mothers were eating like this, right?
Right.
Genetics that rule. Her womb actually constructed us, and it's just the tail end of the sperm that fertilizes the egg. You see what I'm saying? But she came here with all the eggs that she would give birth to in a lifetime. So no matter the speciation, no matter the offspring and how it phenotypically presents, the mother's genetics rule 100% of the time. She determines the species. Keep procreating outside of your species, you're adding antigens to your blood. We don't have any animal DNA, we have antigens. So when you eat meat, you are feeding antigens and parasites that think for you, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of cleansing as a community that we have to do because we've been eating this and adding these animal proteins to our bodies, even though we're not naturally producing them. We're adding them to our system on a continuous basis, and we are unaware. So, abundance and gratitude for that.
So the more alkaline we get, you know what I'm saying, the less antigens we have, and the more we can get back to our crystalline state and become less dense.
Yeah, facts.
That's it.
Hey, thanks for letting me talk on y'all platform, man. I got to go handle something.
Yeah,
abundance, man.
Yeah, abundance.
Right.
Abundance. You see what I'm saying? So we just got to stand on business more. Everybody should be talking about this.
Facts.
It can't just be me, Zell, and now the people that we work with they didn't deleted the app. You see what I'm saying? But It's even sad that we even have to come to an app to wake our brothers and sisters up. That shit get annoying. You see what I'm
To
saying?
tell y'all about your own
Anatomy, you should be doing the research on your own.
We should be on this for our children, not just for us, but for our children, man. They deserve this. They deserve to know who they are.
Facts. And
Like, you see what I'm saying? Just like how you feel not knowing who you are and see how mad you get. This is what's happening to children.
Yeah, facts.
So
All
what
over
we
the
this is
planet.
what we not gotta do. Go ahead. Baby.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, you speaking facts, like all over the planet. You see what I'm saying? You got so-called African Americans beefed out with the so-called Africans like there's any type of genetic difference. They're the same genetically. Again, people saying Neanderthal DNA know nothing about antigens. Ain't no Neanderthal DNA, bro.
That's just animal proteins,
It's
which is just antigens.
Animal proteins. You see an animal protein, you're like, oh, that's an animal. That no, because that protein is not being produced by that organism.
By that DNA.
So we're not diving. You got to be careful of what you listen to. You see what I'm saying? Don't even just believe me. Know thyself. Go do the research so you can know. That's why I don't, you'll never hear me say, I believe, no. Because I've spent 6 years, first of all, the first 3 years of my research believing. Like, nigga, after collecting the amount of research and data, and it aligns with the cosmos and universal law, nigga, that's knowing. Period. If it aligns with universal law, that's knowing. That's the only thing that's conducive to the cosmos or the planet, in the planet.
Yep.
So period. You see what I'm saying? You're pulling. I seen a sister in here earlier that says something about the Akashic Records. Yes, the Akashic Records is you.
Your
But do
your
you
limbic system.
But do you understand that though? You see what I'm saying? Do you understand that? Because niggas will say Akashic Records and they can't tell you nothing about it. You see what I'm saying? And that's the thing about the frequency that we're in. There is no more lying, right? It's not the Piscean age anymore. This is the age of Aquarius, which is all is being revealed. That includes you too. That doesn't just skip us. You finna start seeing niggas crash out for real. Even the niggas that you thought you was rocking with since day one, the sun is separating all of us.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? The light is revealing everything. It's niggas that I thought I would never ever stop being cool with. It's just boom.
Just because.
And you can go ahead. My
I was just
bad.
gonna say, just because you're thinking like a eukaryotic, that's it.
That's it.
That's the reason why you're getting separated from your other brother or sister.
That's it. Frequency.
Because of what you're eating and what you're doing with your life and your daily lifestyle.
Facts.
That's what it is.
Frequency.
Discipline.
That's it. Discipline. That's it.
Facts.
That's as simple as that. How locked in are you? And then it's not about doing it, right? It's about how many times you can do it.
Facts.
Repetition is what is success to me. How many times you can do it? How many reps?
Yep.
Right? How many times are you actually meditating and aware of it? Because meditation is nothing just being aware of it's just
observing and
observing
focusing.
your reality. My bad. It's just
Yeah.
observing your reality.
Observing and
So,
focusing. Every time you read, every time you do anything. You know what I'm saying? And the sun shines every day. So what do you gotta do every day? The same thing.
Facts. Go ahead. Liberated vision. Liberated. Go ahead.
Libertad ENT vision or freedom. I'm actually go ahead. I'm gonna skip on it because I just entered the page. I'm kind of missed out what y'all was saying there about.
So what were
I'm
you?
here to
What
soak
did
up
you
some
come up
knowledge.
here for?
To gain some knowledge and enlightenment and probably share some knowledge in español, inglés, or whatever.
So what did you come up here to add?
Oh, nothing. No. I said I hit the button by mistake, mommy, and
Oh, okay. My bad.
I'm trying to catch up to what y'all was saying. And
Yeah, you can listen in the comments, bro. Just be talking about why we're letting somebody who doesn't biologically identify with the planet tell somebody else who doesn't biologically identify with the planet where to go on the planet that so-called black people are naturally from. That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about. So
I
if you
don't know
wanted to
why
add
y'all
this-
do that though.
This nigga came up here and started like, no, we don't want to hear none of that shit.
Yeah, because and I genuinely want to know, like, why do y'all come up here just to listen when you were first listening in the he could accidentally click the button. I understand that, but y'all really be coming up here like, oh, nothing, just listening. Listen in the comments so somebody else can come up if they actually want to add.
You requested up to listen. Like, come on, bro. That's bro.
Nah, but that's different.
What's your intent?
He said he clicked it by accident. That's cool. But he said, but it's cool. But I was just asking for the room. But anyways, back to what I was saying. The sun is separating all of us. If you're not eating of the sun, you will be separated from people who are. Period. That's what it's about. UVC radiation. That's it. They're going to try to tell you, oh, the energy, Trump has cut ties with energy. But what's actually programming? Is there not an electromagnetic field? Do we not get energy from that? So how is Trump controlling that? How is Trump controlling the Earth's frequency? I want to know. I want to know. Because somebody said, oh, quantum tech. I want to know the tech. I study quantum science. I know how they splice cells. That's quantum tech. I know the Schumann resonance and the magnetos's pause. And I know what the fuck is really going on.
Yep, we know what ionizing radiation does to the atom molecule of the cell.
Yeah.
We know exactly what it does.
We know exactly what that does.
So
but do you?
That's the great question right there.
So you're gonna believe a nigga who has no biological identification to this planet that's gonna tell you about your Earth, a planet you either created or you either nurture.
Exactly.
I don't get it. We gotta stop believing. Please, my people, understand that the government moves off of astrology. Please understand that. Why do you think he's saying something about cutting energy ties when the ozone layer is on its last leg?
Yep.
And the radiation that's been pouring into the planet that's making the skies red as far south as Florida. We're seeing aurora borealis all over the globe. Mm-hmm. And weather anomalies amp up. They're going to say, oh, people are starting these wildfires. Those are paid agents and actors, y'all. Actors and actresses that are starting your wildfires. Weather anomalies will amp up, and unalivement will amp up. The eukaryotic cell disease, all of that is getting ready to amp up globally. You want to know why? Because the nucleus is being removed.
The middleman. Facts.
That little control center that speaks, where all 5 of those animals speak through one nucleus for them, is what's being removed. So it's deteriorating. So you will see things like this. Let me show you. You're going to start seeing things like this. And I need heavy F1s because this be flagging the live. So I'm going to show you the types of gene mutation. Excuse me. Ignore that, y'all. I was trying to scroll to the top. My bad. That was dinner. No, I'm just kidding. But literally this right here, the SLOS phenotype. Y'all see that? F1 in the chat. I'm going to take it off quick because we can't be having this on here. But you're going to start seeing people look more like this.
And that's why you see all these nurses breaking our baby's bones.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because your psychological state is connected to your genes. Why are they only breaking our bones?
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? That's weird, bro. How are you a nurse and you breaking our baby's bones?
Yeah.
And there's multiple different nurses in different hospitals throughout the U.S. How is that possible?
Right.
So this is what's happening. They're starting to have neurological issues and become more animalistic. So we got to be away from these people at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? It's going to get hectic on the planet. You see what I'm saying? But you got to be mentally prepared for it.
My bad, y'all. I keep clicking the wrong thing. But I can't